Dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and we're about to witness week 2 of North America. The first week was awesome, but I know these players are going to be able to step it up. Let's take a look at our schedule and what's going to happen today after our pre-show in just a few minutes. A lot of cool storylines. Usually teams take a few weeks to warm up, but last week everyone came out super strong. I'm really interested to see how that first match goes, but of course our last match is going to be incredible too. G2 versus Pittsburgh Knights. It's going to be a fun one, and that is our match of the day. But there's another thing I got to talk about, and you know I always got to talk about it. It's LAN. Worlds is going to be in Dallas, Texas. Make sure you guys hop online next week. Your tickets will be available on February 22nd. April 24th to 26th, I better see you guys all in Dallas, Texas. But let's head over to the desk now to talk about what we're going to witness today. And to join me, it's Corelli, Gibbs, and Turtle. What's going on, guys? Welcome to week 2.
Thank you, man. Excited to be here. Excited to talk about some games. Turtle, I know you're excited to talk.
I'm very excited.
This
we got everything.
This is going to be a juicy
Are you guys laughing at me
pre-show.
for
No, this is going to be a juicy pre-show.
I've been
We're excited.
saving energy
Yes,
for
we're
this
ready.
exact pre-show. So
Yeah, they're looking at the run of show right now, and they're like, "There's some good stuff coming up."
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready.
You guys are going to be excited for this. But yeah, no. Let's just look back at week 1. You know, it was a good start to the RLCS. Are you expecting teams to keep that energy up and get ramp up even more?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's week 2. I think for a lot of the new teams that we saw, it's their first time. They get their feet wet a little bit. They come back out and now have a chance to really prove, was week 1 really how we're going to play for the rest of the season, or is week 2 going to tell a different story?
Week 1 nerves are gone. Now everyone has
And they
played
even look
in the
good during that
RLCS.
week too, yeah.
Exactly. Week 2, now you want to start building on that foundation that you made in week 1. And it's a long season now. We got 8 weeks, but you have to do well early on to have a shot at those playoffs.
Just like you said, week 1 jitters, they're gone. So now you start building momentum. You start going in with maybe a new play style. Maybe, like you said, Corelli, some of these new teams that we, might have saw against a tough matchup can really shine against somebody who's more on their level. So I'm excited to see how all these games play out today.
Well, talking about tough matchups, let's look back to last week and just recap a bit in case you guys missed it. A match we want to cover right now was C9 versus United, and it seems like C9 had trouble again. United seems to have this Cloud9 roster's number. This is the second time they've done this now in league play.
Do you believe now, United, no one picked them on the desk.
Yeah.
The pros said that United wouldn't even be a playoff team this season, and they come in and they just smack Cloud9. They scored with 18 seconds right at the start of game number 1, 29 seconds in game 2, and 8 seconds into game 3. They took the lead early. They played for 17 minutes. They trailed 42 seconds. That's it through the entire series.
I was shocked to hear how low-rated United was. I was really impressed towards the end of the season how they performed in that Worlds. I don't think it was the worst showing in the world. I think especially against this Cloud9 team, they started off in a very impressive way. 2 double taps to start it off. For United. That is how you set a tone in a series.
Absolutely. But they seem to, again, do something right against Cloud9. So I guess we got to start asking the question for Cloud9. What's going on here? Why does this United team, previously Birds team, have their number? And what's Cloud9 got to do now moving forward to make sure this doesn't happen again?
I mean, for me, I was watching over the games, and it just felt like Cloud9 was so slow on the backboard. And then even then, you could see somebody or something so routine as Gimmick being aggressive, getting that early touch, but nobody was shadowing him and staying behind, anticipating that hit. They didn't have any confidence in their teammates whatsoever, and they were not predicting any hits from their own team.
Now I'm going to throw Torment under the bus a little bit. These 2 highlights right here. Torment, he's playing defensive, giving away possession when it's on his own half, and United capitalized every single time.
I don't think it's just Torment, though. I think it's all of Cloud9 seem very uncomfortable in the backfield.
Definitely.
And there's a lot of space between the first defender that can make a play on the ball and the ball. It's just a massive gap, and the speed that we expect and the fluidity from a Cloud9 team that we've seen in past seasons is just not there right now.
Well, they said that they were having issues, again, talking to Tournament with that meta. Originally when it came in, the Pittsburgh Knights kind of shifting the landscape, getting demo heavy. It made teams rethink how they have to approach the game. And it sounded like by the end of the season, and looked like it too, that C9 had figured it out. But coming into the season, it doesn't look like they figured it out.
Yeah.
And that's fair. I mean, I think that it's unfair to judge them to say if they really are having trouble with adapting to the new type of meta or whatever's happening with a lot of these newer players coming in, fair enough, but they have got to figure it out fast.
Yes, and we talk about this new meta. That's not their opponent that they just played with United. They don't play that new meta where they're going for demos. Like, I think Cloud9 is just playing poor.
Yeah.
All 3 players are not playing well, and you can try and make that excuse a new meta. You just got to play better at this point.
What's the solution, Turtle?
It felt like they were trying to adapt to the meta by spacing out a lot on the defense. So whenever a demo would come through, it'd be okay because they had a really big wide rotation coming in to cover up that space. But I think that's really where it hurt them because Cloud9 is so good at counterattacking. So when they had space and an option to go for a counterattack, nobody was following up because everybody was so spaced out. You couldn't have any connected passes, any quick 1-2 give and goes. And I felt like they were just so flat on offense the entire time.
Okay, well, let's move on and talk about some other teams. I mentioned it over at the big screen over there that, we had 2 new teams coming in, and they looked really strong last week. So let's talk about those teams. Starting off, let's talk about Flight. They came in, I think they're expected to be, one of the bottom teams in league play. How do you guys feel about them coming out in their first week?
I was really impressed. I was really impressed with Flight. And I was a naysayer about this team when I saw the roster.
As most were.
I didn't believe in this Flight team, but I do want to harp on one thing. With all the great pressure that they put on, and all three of the players looked fantastic. They had a 16% shooting percentage against the Pittsburgh Knights. They out-demoed the Pittsburgh Knights. They stole more boost pads, small boost pads, and took the most boost away from them throughout the series. But it's that shooting percentage that I feel like really came back to bite them.
And that was my problem with them. 4 out of the 5 games, they played better than the Pittsburgh Knights. They outshot them, but they only won 2 of those games. That's the problem. You have to close out when you're in the RLCS. That's why Pittsburgh Knights is considered one of those best teams in North America. They know how to close out these series.
But looking forward, I'm excited to see Seabass. I thought that entire series, he was making great individual plays. And overall, even with Memory, being involved, I thought they were flowing really well as a team and had better, chemistry than I previously anticipated.
Well, let's talk about the other team that came into. These guys definitely looked really good. Didn't get a W, but they went to Game 5 against NRG Susquehanna Sonics. These guys looked great, and Shock gave the performance of his life coming into week number 1.
Shock was crazy. We almost gave him Player of the Day, and we've never given that to someone that's lost. 3.2 saves per game. He had 2.4 of the shots as well. The team didn't shoot a whole lot throughout the series. It was all Shock, and I think that's the only problem right now with Sonics is that there needs to be more. They played Energy. It went to Game 5, but I think a lot of people could say that Energy kind of gifted them that Game 1 where they didn't even shoot on net, but they still won it. So I think there is some improvement still here.
And I think we will really find what the Sonics are against Space Station here today. But I do want to harp on a couple things for the Sonics is that they were outshot by 31 versus NRG, and they were forced to make 32 saves. And traditionally, that's not what you want when you play Rocket League, to make a lot of saves. Of course, it did go to Game 5. But it was a scrappy series, and I don't think NRG was playing up to par that day.
Yeah, the next time I watch, honestly, I'm going to be looking at Sathu. I think his involvement with the team is really what's going to make them, go to a different level of playing, because Dapper was on point, Shock was obviously killing it, but Sathu just felt quiet. So if he can implement himself even more into the rotation, be a little bit more involved and have better defense, I think they have a really good shot here.
Well, I actually was talking to Dapper recently too, and just his confidence levels are off the chart right now. Like he's like, no, I deserve to be here. So do my teammates. We belong in the RLCS. So I'm wondering if you guys think that too, or if we're going to see them still keep getting very close, but not being able to finish out, or are they going to make those changes as league play progresses to make sure they don't get that bottom auto-relegated spot?
I don't think they'll be a bottom relegated team. I think they're going to keep it pretty close. They have a lot of experience on that team, even with Shock coming through. He was the big question on the Sonics.
And he outperformed everyone.
Questions answered.
There we go. I like it. This is why we have this right now.
There you go.
What else? What other questions? I can answer all of them.
I'm going to ask you about G2 then.
Okay.
We're going to look back at their matches. They look like they're back in form. A lot of questions people were having about them. They were one of the teams that went to that promotion relegation tournament alongside Cloud9 in Season 8, and they were saying, oh no, is G2 done as well? But they are looking good, and I hear a lot of people saying that they're one of the favorites to be in that top 2 spot this season.
I agree. I think that they looked really strong yesterday, and a player that I looked out for in that series was JNaps. It looked like he was in perfect form in that game. The clutch factor, the double taps. I mean, what you expect when you say the name JNaps is what you got in that series with G2 last week. So I was really excited to see him. He's one of my favorite players in RLCS. And to see him perform in a week 1, starting off on the right foot, setting the tone for the season, very good for G2.
So this reminds me 2 seasons ago when G2 played a little bit more of that passive midfield. They just tried to control the ball on the other side of the field, but not get too aggressive. Because when they get too aggressive, they give up a lot of goals. Their speed was so good. We wanted to talk about First Killer here, but First Killer didn't do anything because the speed of G2 just challenging him on every single play. He had no space.
Yeah, and I liked how they were really patient too, because previously last season I felt like G2 they were a little bit over aggressive and too eager to score a goal. You would see multiple times in that series where they would be tied 0-0 against the opposing team, and I felt like they were really comfortable with sitting back, starving out their opponent, taking all their boosts, and then just relaxing, not forcing over aggression that we always see from G2 where they have open nets in the backfield, and I felt like they were just way more patient, and that's really what helped them get a really clean series.
Well, I mean, even the team, they just said they're playing fast. Even talking to First himself, it's like, yeah, we're playing fast. And, Crow's even like, yeah, with him on the team, we can play fast. Do you think that speed is going to work for them? Because obviously, again, it seems to not so far, but do you think they should keep at that?
Speed will work at some point. I think it's just they ran into a team that just possessed the ball so well with G2 that they didn't have a chance for it.
All right, we're going to move on to something that we've done. We've set a tradition of doing this every season right now. We like to make predictions way too soon, way too early. So we're going to make some really out there and bold claims right now. I'd actually be interested to hear yours as well when you guys get online on Twitter. Let us know what your predictions are going to be too. But we got some crazy stuff right here. I'll start with mine.
Read them off, Leaf.
Okay, for me, I just wanted to see Rapid make a rapid reset. I think Rapid will get a rapid reset this league play right now. It's going to happen. We're going to see it because, well, we haven't really seen one yet.
All right, I wouldn't call that one bold, but go down the list.
I don't know. I mean, he has a yes. Okay.
Go down the list.
Really, this is why you answered my question before, because you said Sonics will finish in the top 4. I don't know how I feel about that. Good, you just gave me a look.
I like that.
It's insane. It's
What?
insane.
I
Sonics, they didn't do anything last week. It was more that NRG didn't play that well, and that's why I have them maybe finishing outside the top 2.
Okay, that's what I say. You think NRG is going to finish outside top?
Go ahead and defend it, Crowley. First, go ahead and defend it.
This man just said that he was about to give Shock the MVP last week.
But there's 3 players on the field. 1 showed
Who
up.
played just fine.
No, they had 1 shot per game. Dap and Sathu. 5 shots in 5 games. That's not going to do anything well.
You look offended,
throughout.
Curly.
I am offended.
I'm offended for you.
I don't think
because
Sonics
I thought
has
the
a shot
Sonics-
at top 4.
if Sathu just moves up in the field, has better defense, top 4.
If Sathu plays
was it-
better,
no.
they'll look good. No,
Look.
I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening.
Gibbs.
I think you're big wrong here.
Okay, all
I
right.
guess
tell
that's
you why.
usually wrong.
Here's
so
the thing, too, is it's not just about their week 1 performance. Of course, it's tough to really bring out a team in 1 week. But my biggest thing is you can finish top 4 with a losing record, and it has happened.
That's true.
In the last 2 seasons. Season 8, it was Ghost Gaming 3-4. Season 7, it was Space Station Gaming.
But now it's 9
Now
games,
it's 9
more
teams. Yeah,
teams.
there's 10 teams, more games. Fair enough. But I think the Sonics having I said it on Twitter, they've been birthed by fire here against NRG. And it was a scrappy series.
Yeah.
If there's any team to go to Game 5 in your first series in RLCS and to learn a lot from, that was the team to do it.
You know what? I think you're both going to be right. So, and then Energy is going to be knocked out of those top 2 by Sonics.
Okay. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, no. But we have to get to yours right now.
All right.
You have
I got
Rizzo
issues.
as MVP.
This is bold predictions. Your prediction was NRG.
Yeah, yours
That the world champion's not top 2?
You could literally ask any of the player, I feel like, in scrims, and they would probably say that. So how is that bold? That's not a prediction.
Excuse me, the players have
Listen to
them
me.
consensus number 1 pick, Energy. All right, that's all I'm saying. Go ahead and try and argue for Rizzo
Just-
winning MVP, please.
Okay, remember last season when you're like, okay, Chicago's going to be the season MVP. What happened?
Yeah. G2 didn't look good.
Yeah, and now
When G2 looks good, JNAP's
it's
performs.
Rizzo.
Chicago
No,
performs.
they're flashy.
Rizzo-
They do well. JNAP's played
Wait,
well,
you're
but
saying that
Rizzo
when
is in the backfield.
When G2 looks good, players play well?
Yeah, when
Is that what you're saying?
JNAPS and Chicago. Rizzo, he is a game management player. He will never win an MVP the way he plays. He had 3 shots, he had 2 goals, and they were both in
So-
game 1 within 5 seconds.
I'm offended for Turtles here.
Thank you.
Did you not watch? Every time we watch G2 and they pop off, it's JNAPS
But
and
that's
Chicago.
they're the
Rizzo.
shooters. Rizzo was in
Yes.
the backfield being so strong and finishing that first
Rizzo
game.
could order takeout
Did you watch the first
and
game?
still play well because he's just chilling. He's
Did you
chilling
watch
back
the
there.
first game?
He did fine. It
Fine.
wasn't
He
great.
scored the first 2 goals.
He's not trying to give you credit.
He did fine. One was a kickoff goal.
Hey, we were watching G2 yesterday. You were watching.
That's
SC.
right.
That's what
what
you were
I'm
watching.
No, I was watching G2.
I thought Rizzo
0
played
second
well.
goal. It was with Chicago and JNAPS. Then the double tap in overtime to win it. JNAPS. Rizzo doesn't make
and
those
that's the
plays
player-
because he's not needed to make those plays.
Just wait.
He's not going to win an MVP.
But
he's
Rizzo
a good
did
player.
Great job. The thing is, Rizzo is a bit of an unsung hero on this roster.
Yeah, unsung heroes don't win MVP.
But he absolutely can, and I think for
Okay.
Rizzo,
Yeah.
in that last week, did JNAPS hit the big game time winning goal? Sure, fine.
You
But
could say an MVP worthy performance. Sure, go ahead.
in a week 1, okay, against
There
Rose.
still is
So,
time.
I think that though for Rizzo, like you said, that game management, boost collection,
Yeah.
boost stolen is what allows.
And
his
he's the one
teammates
going
to
for
look so
demos
good.
too. He's always in being
It's the
aggressive going for demos.
facilitation
All right.
of what Rizzo does.
Rizzo, I want you to get on Twitter right now. Give these guys a piece of your mind. Well, we're going to move on to the other predictions a little bit more seriously here and just talk about our matches going on for the rest of the day. So let's take a look at what everyone picked for the day. It was a little bit indecisive here.
God,
What-
all
what
right.
gives?
You have to defend this Sonics pick over Space
I'm with
Station.
the man. I'm
Space
all in.
Station
I
looked the
can't-
best in week 1 out of all the teams
I
playing last
can't
week.
make the bold prediction that Sonic is going to finish top 4.
And then lose.
Fair enough.
Fair.
Okay,
Fair enough.
I also picked
But
Sonic.
why Turtle? Okay, you defend it now, Turtle.
Because I'm telling you, I loved everything I saw from them. And Space Station, I feel like is going to be an easier feat than NRG at that point. Even though we didn't see, say, the strongest looking NRG, Sonic, excuse me, they're going to learn a lot, like you said, Corelli, from that series. They're going to come out here. Sathiu's going to play so much better. And if we see Dapper with those passes that he was hitting to Shock, the demos coming through, and Shock even on defense was unstoppable, I think they're going to have a really, really good chance against SSG.
It's possible, but I think that Ghost Gaming match versus E United is huge.
Yeah.
Both these teams
Oh, yeah.
coming in because, like, everyone thinks that Ghost Gaming is one of those top 4 teams
pick?
now. I picked Ghost.
And this is why I'm worried, because my picks are pretty much the same as Gibbs right now.
Hey, that normally
That's
does
why
well.
you're worried.
I went with E United.
Yeah.
I think I'm also all in on E United. I was saying it last season, and I'm saying it this season. I think they're an underrated team. I absolutely think they could take down Ghost Game. They looked good last week, and maybe, okay, fine. Cloud9 isn't looking the hottest right now.
But they still look good for
But
E United.
United
Yeah.
just looked
Yeah.
good, and it's actually more important to play, or it is important to play really well against teams who aren't doing well, because it just shows that you can have that consistency. You're not playing down to some teams, you're not playing up to others, you're just consistent.
And that game is huge because when they beat Ghost, or if they beat Ghost, 2-game lead on them already, like at the start of the season, where Ghost Gaming, 2-time Astro tournament winners, like over the last 2.5 weeks, they're a very hot team coming in. They just can't perform right now when it's on the big stage.
Yeah, I love that series against Cloud9 for E United because I was actually able to feel confident in a pick today for E United because I saw what Ajax was doing. It was incredible. It wasn't just Hawks the whole time. Ajax, his challenge game was always on point. All of his shots, that explosive performance right away in game 1. I really think E United are on a hot streak.
One more pick that Turtle you have to defend: Pittsburgh Knights over G2. I need to see this.
That was me.
Oh, that was you.
I don't want to call myself out.
Hey, Rizzo's getting MVP. Okay? I'm not going down.
I should have just let you
Sorry, Leaf. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, we talk to Retals when we see him online all the time, confidence, and I'm not going to lie, I feel like I have to follow the confidence
Really?
because he delivers. And even against G2, I feel like this team is going to find their spot. They said they're having a lot of fun playing with AJ, right, at AJ. So I think this is a team that's, I think, going to connect really well and just start steamrolling. They had an even slow start last season, but then they steamrolled, right? So I feel like that same shift is going to come through to these guys, and I feel like they're going to maintain momentum.
So that's my main argument, is that, say this is a Week 5 or Week 6 game, maybe more on the side of Pittsburgh Knights, but they still need some time to gel here.
Okay, well, let's talk about that match then, because that is going to be our match of the day, Pittsburgh Knights versus G2. Let's actually break it down right now on the field. What's going to happen? You guys all have G2. Why are they going to take this over the Knights? Why are you not confident in the Knights anymore?
I think it's kind of, on one end, G2 looked really good last week, and then on the other end, Pittsburgh Knights looked a little shaky. I don't think they looked very strong against Flight, who, by pros were one of the bottom, 2 or 3 teams voted against the power ranking. So for me, I felt like Pittsburgh Knights should have done better against Flight, and G2 came out, took care of business.
Yeah.
This is the G2 that I expect to see. It was structured offense. It was calm on defense. It wasn't panicky. And I thought you have the clutch factor and JNAP's coming through again. I thought Rizzo played well.
He did play well. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
I'm with G2 right now.
See, my problem right now with Pittsburgh Knights, Explosive Gyro, one of the best players on the team last season on the offensive side of the ball. He's not playing offense anymore. He's that third man back. He took that miss roll. I don't like that for Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah,
Now it's just AJ and Retals moving up.
I can feel that, yeah.
And both these guys are very boost hungry. So I am a little concerned that Pittsburgh Knights have to find that flow again, like find that rotation. My other concern on the other side for G2 is they're playing that very passive midfield game, and that wins them games in North America versus the bottom teams. I wonder, will they change that play style when they're going up against the better teams like Pittsburgh Knights?
Yeah.
So we'll see. Like, I think it is 2 play styles that have changed from last season. We'll see how they adapt throughout the season.
Definitely. Pittsburgh Knights, they were all over each other. I felt like, the rotations, they weren't really spaced out at all, and I felt like there were a lot of double commits or either 2 players getting confused as to who's going to go for the ball, so then there was just open space for the enemy team just to abuse, and I think that if they come out in game 1 doing the same exact thing, G2, they're going to get an early start, and they're just going to start steamrolling again, and if G2 plays, like you said, passive, kind of calm, I think that's what's going to allow them to have a cleaner series, less over-aggression, and less, big holes on defense.
My only concern for G2 in this series is that if Pittsburgh Knights does get the demo game going and disrupt the rotation,
Well, this
the
is
structure of G2, that's where I get scared.
And this is the confidence that I had in them, is that we've seen that even last season it seemed abnormal that a lot of people were sent up, and even 2 people in one spot, because then they could get physical and they take out their opponents. You can't punish it if you're dead or just thrown into the moon, right? Like, so I feel like if they can get that same thing going, exactly what you said,
Pittsburgh Knights, who are known for their demos, were out-demoed last week.
They didn't do it last
15-8.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was completely different for Pittsburgh Knights. And I think G2, one of those teams that are definitely getting better and better at getting used to this type of meta, is getting better and better at just dodging the demos.
I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. But let me know how much you agree with me. The Knights will keep it on. But I actually did get the chance to sit down with the Trash Talk master himself. Here's Retals. The man that talks a big game on Twitter is now here to talk to me about his big game on the Rocket League field. It's Retals. How you doing, man?
Good, Leaf. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I just want to mention before we do all this right now, you seem like a guy that kind of just does things off the seat of your pants right now. Before this, he was trying to scotch tape up some bedding onto his window to stop lighting. Does that translate into your gameplay as well? Just like kind of winging it?
Oh yeah, of course. Got to wing everything. That's how it works.
That's right. Now let's talk about the Twitter game that I mentioned before there. You're probably one of the best right now, I think, at the trash talk on the Twitter game. Is that winging as well? Do you have a bunch of pre-written out things? You have a ghostwriter behind you writing that stuff for you? Like, how do you just say, okay, I'm gonna go in and be savage right now?
Nah, it's fine. Like a week before RLCS started, I drafted 10 tweets. Like they're in my Twitter drafts just in case we beat the team. So I have them all written out already. Don't worry.
That's brilliant. He actually has them already pre-prepared. That's great. Now, Rizzo had a good shot at you, though. Do you have a shot back right now? You have a chance in front of thousands of people to fight back against Rizzo right now over those tweets this weekend. You got anything back, or are you going to save something?
I mean, as long as we're online, I'll always beat Rizzo. I think I've lost to him once in my career, so it'll be pretty easy today, too.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about that match in just a second. Right now, I just want to talk about your confidence going into the season. Last season, the only team really that you were, not really talking trash on was NRG. Do you feel the same this season, or you feel more confident or less confident looking at landscape?
We feel more confident against NRG, but we also do feel less confident against Space Station. I think they're a really good team now, and AXP has stepped it up, so I expect them to get first in NA, but other than that, we should be beating everyone else.
As for now, I want to talk about that G2 match. And you said this should be not too hard, but everyone's talking about how G2 is looking really, really good right now. Probably one of the best in NA. You got to have some weight behind that team and some kind of doubts that maybe they are going to be able to pull this off.
So G2's always been a pretty solid team, but we've always been their kryptonite as well. I mean, Montreal, we took Chicago's only major win, would have been. Last season, we 3-0'd them in league play pretty easily. It's just, we have something that G2 doesn't, and that just helps us beat them every time.
I mean, can you tell me what that is that you have that they don't?
We have the passion. JNaps and Rizzo have been at the top for so long, and it's just, I think it's hard to keep it for that long.
Okay.
So we have the drive to be better than them, and we're going to show it today.
At the same time, though, if they are to pop off today, what is it that you're going to have to shut down? What are they going to do that you guys have to be aware of that could overtake you guys?
The only thing that could overtake us is if JNaps plays how he did in promo tourney a few months ago. He was unstoppable for those teams, and that's really the only thing we're a little bit scared about for G2. So if that doesn't happen, it should be a pretty easy one.
I like the subtle mention that G2 was in the promo tourney, and you guys haven't been there yet. So
yeah, it was.
Again, good luck in your match going forward, Retals. It's always great talking to you.
Thank you. You too.
So how can you argue the confidence? He's like, no, we're going to take this, right? And I just want to shout out too the tweets that were online. We can take a look at those. But he was just always online. He's always shown his confidence, exuding that. And I feel like maybe that comes out and intimidates people on the field, right? I don't know. I feel like, Ken, yeah. If we take a look at here, this was Retals' tweet at G2. G2 found out that Rizzo can only compete on land, so they get them a team house. Such a nice org.
I don't know if that's an insult, Retals. I think a little bit of a weak trash talk game.
What if it backfires, though? Because he's talking about they don't have any passion, but if I'm Rizzo and I'm reading this, I feel like a flame starting inside of me that I am incredibly mad and I want to win with passion.
Well, Rizzo did have a good shot back, too. He tweeted at Ocelot, and he's like, can you just buy these guys out or something? Yeah, there it is. You can just buy his org, Carlos. Yeah. Honestly, that was a good thing. So now it's up to Retals to show on the field what he can do to take these guys out.
It's a juicy matchup.
That's the final trash talk right there.
It's going to be a juicy matchup. Can't wait.
Exactly. But right now, Jorby is actually standing by with our Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thank you, Leaf. It's great to have you back, man. The Susquehanna Sonics didn't win their first match in the RLCS against NRG, but there's a lot to like about this team moving forward for the rest of the season. We're going to take a look at some of those moments, one being their standout player, Shock. Our very first play is in Game 5, where Shock got bumped in net and still made the play. And so many situations like this is a goal already. Shock kills his momentum with the boost, lands on the ramp, but it's this flip forward that is crucial to making the save. If he doesn't flip and he tries to boost towards it, or if he lets himself get on the ground, he'll be late to the ball and he won't pick up the save. So NRG don't come away with a goal here, and it's a huge individual effort by Shock. Here's another one. Shock immediately up for Garrett's touch and picks up the save. And this leads to a great transition opportunity that Sonics take advantage of. It starts with Dapper booming it down the field. Sathu has the option covered against Justin, and that touch over to the side, Shock has Turbo beat as he comes across. Turbo had to turn around. Now on this next play right here, Garrett has to come onto the back wall, and the way Shock has been playing, Shock, you gotta respect this. He's got the angle on this ball, so Garrett's gonna wait on the back wall, expecting this touch from Shock, but it's that miss because of that respect that keeps this play alive. Dapper will now have a chance to challenge the ball, and he does. And this is the most crucial part of the play right here. So Sathu up on the sidewall, he slows down, and so many teams, especially against the world champions, want to play fast. We gotta play quick. So many times you'll see them just roll up the corner. But Justin was there. You're not gonna have anything there. Sathu could take a shot towards the net, but Turbo will probably be able to get to it. No, you gotta look at the guy right here. Dapper, he's in space, it's still a little tight, but Sathu slows the play down before he jumps off the wall, giving him some time to look at this, find a perfect touch to Dapper, who just continues the play beautifully and gives it to Shock to put it in the net. Sonics go on to win that game and take it to Game 5 against NRG. I am really excited to see the development of the Susquehanna Sonics for the rest of the season. But Leaf, guys, I can't wait. Take it back.
And that was your Get It moment presented by CDW. And Jormy, I 100% agree with you. So I think that's a good transition just now to talk about our first match of the day, SSG versus Sonics. The question is, are they going to be able to keep this up? SSG, as you mentioned before, Gibbs, is looking really good, right? One of the best teams in the league. Yeah. But Sonics had a really good start against NRG in their first week.
Yeah, let's hear it, Gibbs. What do you got?
I don't think Sonics had the greatest week, personally. I think NRG kind of played down to them. They only had 4.4 shots per game. That's not going to get you the win. My problem is Space Station, incredibly aggressive. That's going to be a problem for Shock, who's getting all those saves, 3.2 saves. Well, when he's demoed by Arsenal, it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
You're shaking your head, Carl.
No, I don't agree because, and here's why, is you could say that about teams like Cloud9, teams like G2, even NRG, because I think that those are kind of veterans of the scene. But Shock is in the same group as this new generation of players coming through. He knows what he's getting when he goes in against Space Station Gaming. He's played against Arsenal plenty of times. He knows what he's going to do, and he knows how to get past them. I think that the Sonics are going to take this series because while it was a scrappy series, and I'll give it to you, NRG did not look good against the Sonics at all, even though they come out with the win. But the Sonics outshot them 31% to the 18% of NRG. That doesn't come off of a bad game from the Sonics. That is quality defense and stopping shots and preventing shots from a team that does control a lot of the boost and a lot of the midfield.
Well, sorry, Turtle, I want to get your thoughts on this too, because you're like
I'm trying to take it all in because Gibbs. I understand both these points of views, but it's so difficult to see because Sonics. I mean, how are they going to come out here and if it's the same performance, then SSG are probably going to take it. But if we see improvements, we see a better play style. Like I said, looking at Sathu, it's going to be so much of a closer series. And I also think that AXB, it comes down to his passing and how he's going to open up lanes for his teammates and Sipical, you know, his amazing striking capabilities, how he's going to open it up because Shock, the defense was on point. So you're really going to have to deny him and really stop any of Shock's saves and also his shooting.
But that's why I like Space Station here, because all three players really played well versus Ghost. Like sometimes it is only Arsenal, you know, and all that, but all three players playing amazing. AXB, the player we never talk about on this team, had probably the best series. My problem with the Sonics, and we talk about that shooting percentage of 31%. Well, NRG kind of helped them with 2 own goals, so that helps them a little bit where game 1 they shoot 0 shots and score a goal. So that's going to help.
That was
an
an incredible
But Space
stat.
Station, they are the real deal. And I really think that they have a shot at #1. And that's why I have Energy finishing outside top 2. Because I think teams like Space Station and some others have a chance for that #1 spot. I don't think Sonics has that
And
yet.
this is why I have to be on Gibbs' side too, Corelli. It's just like I feel like they have a more cohesive unit right now, and I just don't know if I can see that with Sonics. I still feel like they're kind of winging it at this point.
That's fair. I think it's fair. Yeah.
Cool. Do you guys think it's fair? Let us know online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But it's now time to get into our first match for Week 2 of North America.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 9 of the Rocket League Championship Series. This is Week 2 for North America, and oh boy, we got the Sonics coming in here, currently 0-1, but they went to Game 5 against the reigning world champs, going up against Space Station, one of our Worlds teams. All of the teams that went to Worlds in Season 8 won their games in Week 1. We'll get to see if any of them lose here in Week 2, but Space Station looking strong, and Gibbs saying that they are a possible first-place team this season.
Yeah, I actually definitely believe that. I mean, last week I said Space Station easily finishes anywhere inside of the top 4. #1, definitely a potential, because they did look fantastic at the Worlds. They kind of fell apart at the end of it, but across the season, took 2nd place. They looked good. They put up a decent showing at the start of Worlds, and they looked good last week. So I think Space Station is definitely a quality team. However, I think Corelli makes a great point. Yes, all of these Sonics guys, they're all people who have played plenty of times against all the Space Station people. He is absolutely right when he says they know exactly what they're getting into. It's very similar like last year, last season, I should say, when we were sitting there thinking, you know, it's going to be a lot closer when Birds and Knights play than a lot of people think, because they spend a lot of time playing each other. And the Birds ended up taking the win. So I think Corelli makes a great point when he says the Sonics know exactly what to expect when they play Space Station here.
And the Sonics got quite the warm-up in Week 1 as they went up against the world champs for their beginning debut performance in RLCS. If you could have, we debated it a lot last week of like, if you could play NRG Week 1 or if you could play them like Week 8, which would you prefer? Would you like to have the whole season to warm up, or would you like to get them out of the way at the very beginning and have them kind of like set the standard for what RLCS performance looks like? And I think playing against NRG, putting up a valiant 5-game effort there. Yes, they got a little bit of help from the own goals, but one of those own goals was very forced.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that like Sonics honestly performed very well. I liked their look, and I'm excited to see how they do going up against a non-defending world champion team.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see how Sonics play as well, because I didn't give them a lot of credit last week either. I was like, I don't know. And then they put up an excellent show versus NRG, and they're absolutely right. I don't think NRG played up to potential either last week.
Yeah.
But that being said, you still were able to put up a solid showing against one of the stronger defenses in North America. The only part of NRG that I didn't particularly think looked good last week was the offense. I thought the defense still played quite normal, and the fact that they were still able to have a measure of decent success against that defense bodes well for the Sonics. So I think there's a lot of good potential here, especially because they make a good point. AXB is going to be a big swing factor here.
Yeah.
If AXB is able to perform well on the defense, because that was what my whole Telestrator segment was on last week. If AXB's defense is on point, Sonics are going to struggle.
No, and then AXB has been slowly becoming more and more of an offensive powerhouse on this team as well, and he's starting to become more flashy. We talked a lot about Arsenal and Typical. AXB, kind of the player that got slept on last season, but I saw it's like Week 2. I think it was this week last season. We did like way too early MVP predictions.
Yes.
And I was like, AXB is pretty good. What are you talking about? And I've actually really enjoyed watching AXB grow into a player that more people can say, yeah, I think this guy could possibly do it. So we'll see how this looks here in Week 2. Space Station Gaming taking on the Sonics. It's a best of 5. Space Station in the orange, Sonic in the blue. Start on DFH. AXB in his own corner. Carried over the top of Dapper, and then underneath Sathu. A nice advance here. A little bit of help from the Sonics on that one. Arsenal up, and we'll see if AXB moves in. No, he chooses to rotate out, leaves it for Arsenal, but Shock. Play this one out to midfield and finds the extension now up against Sypical in net. They'll get a kill, but can he get the pass across? Here comes Sadie for the shot, and that'll be goal number 1 of game number 1.
Real nice job. That goes back to AXB not winning that challenge, because you said he has a choice. Does he turn around and go for this, or he runs out? He left the play to try and go back on defense, tried to be a very aggressive third man, cut that counterattack off, missed the challenge, and then his teammates just weren't able to get back in time to really make a good stand against a solid counterattack.
Yeah, excellent performance. I believe it was Shock that had the kill. There, they kind of got the nice slow pass, an easy one for Sathu to finish off, and Sonics will take the first lead. Sypical into the corner, and is looking for bumps in net, but Shock already airborne, will beat Arsenal. Now AXB's got to get a piece of this, and he does. He'll slow it down, allow the rest of his team to rotate in behind him. And Dapper will slow play it as well, kind of turned around in goal. Sypical takes a shot. AXB tries to maintain control as he'll get the boost grab, and now the setup in the air. A nice play off the ceiling, looking for the air carry to the far side.
Oh.
He's got it killed in front. Oh, Arsenal tries to come in just a little bit too slow. Dapper will be able to make the play and block that shot, but an excellent setup there. Space Station looking hot.
That's the poise, though, out of that Sonics defense that they had to stand firm against NRG last week. AXB, it was a nice try. He had great command on the air dribble, but unfortunately too much, and 2 people.
Oh, Dapper. Oh, just off the crossbar and back out. Had a free shot at the defense as they moved in the goal. Now Shock will look to make the same sort of AXB style play. Sypical coming down, it's off to the edge. Now Dapper once more. Onto the wall. The rest of his team's nowhere to be found, but the 2 bumps there. Shock goes up, tries to fake out AXB. Sathu over the shot, and it goes in. Oh my goodness, Space Station's defense struggling right now.
Yeah, it kind of just, they run into each other right there. And Shock actually got bumped off, but AXB was playing the shot that was going to come off of Shock. AXB was expecting to make a challenge, and when Shock got bumped, AXB just drops it right back into the middle, and then everybody on Sonic's just waiting there in the midfield to pounce on it.
I'm trying to think of a situation I've seen before, and does Dapper get this one too? No, Sypical will get there in time, where one defender bumped a defender into the 3rd defender. Like, all 3 players making mistakes there. A little bit forced as well, but AXB finds the absurd angle out of the corner, and there's Space Station on the board.
And that's a much-needed goal. You've had a couple of weird sequences in the midfield, and here you just realize you have a very tight window to go for. This is either an infield pass across the box, or you go for the back post. And AXB, to be honest, it doesn't really matter which one he goes for. Since he got it all the way across, it was out of the range of the defense anyway.
Well, Sypical had an opportunity, but gets bummed. Now Arsenal's got to play defense, and I don't know, Dapper's not going to quite be able to get under the crossbar again. And it'll be Sathu versus AXB, pitches across. Arsenal sends it into the blue, and now he'll be looking for the setup. Here it comes down to Sypical. He'll be the first one there, but it's into the corner, and now Dapper up against AXB. Again, still dangerous here. The Sonics are struggling to get this one out of their half. Arsenal to midfield once more, popped it really high. Sypical's going to chase this one, and Sathu did as well, but Sypical beat him there. And now across the box, Shock off the backboard's got it, but AXB with a lot of space here. He'll take a shot, and it's just too high. Sathu will look to extend this one over to the edge to see if Dapper can find a clear.
And that challenge from AXB there allows Space Station Gaming to stay on the offensive third of the pitch and steal away that midfield boost, which means Sonics just don't have enough to really follow this one into the other half. They try and get aggressive, and they leave Shock in a 2-on-1 back the other way.
Arsenal versus Shock in the corner. Now Sypical sets it up, Shock with space, but now out of boost, he leaves it for Sathu. AXB will kill it in the midfield. Sypical, that bounce does not go in his favor. And he gets bumped out of the way. Now it's up to AXB, still going in Sonic's direction. Sypical stretches, makes the save. Nobody's airborne for Sonics. There's Sathu coming from the midfield. But no shot. 1:44 on the clock. Sonics, they took an early lead, and they're holding on to it.
And AXB just getting in the face of all the defenders there. Caution to the winds, and looks like a Pittsburgh Knights play.
And Sathu gets bumped twice, still makes the block, and then transitions onto offense. Arsenal high in the air, still half of his tank to work with, but lost control. Dapper will push it onto the backboard once more. And these clears will be great for Sonics. Burn time off the clock, force Space Station to find some sort of semblance of offense. AXB will try to get it out to Sypical, but he outdistances his teammate, but no one he challenges. Now Sypical onto the backboard. Dapper will find a nice long clear as we approach the final minute of game one.
It's a risky attempt there from AXB going for the long pass, and the demo in the midfield means Space Station need to take care here.
Ooh, the top of one. Now AXB playing it back. Sathu in the corner, a bit of time given by both sides. Arsenal now, a pass across, but no one's in the box to take it. 38 seconds left. We're starting to get to the point for Space Station where they're going to have to start being aggressive and maybe leave some risky spots on defense open.
And it's Arsenal. That's the guy who you look to really get the setup going and beat defenders and get it there. So I'm looking for him to have a big couple of tries here in the last 20 seconds.
Typical going for the air carry. Can he get it underneath Dapper? Dapper's midfield reads have been spot on. Sonics have benefited from it greatly. In the final 10 seconds, Arsenal's airborne, but Dapper again in the midfield, so high. AXB on the respawn should be able to get this touch, and it's up to his teammates, but no one's really in a position to take care of it. He just cleared it out. And now Typical, the long clear, no one's there. Dapper will just kill it straight down. Sonics take game number 1. Space Station struggling to find each other in the passing lanes right now.
Yeah, they definitely tried a couple times there at the end, but there was great awareness out of the midfield. Sonics understanding they didn't lose track of anybody, and you can see Arsenal, an 86-point game, dead silent. And Arsenal is probably one of the most, if not the most, important aspect of that Space Station offense. And so they kept him absolutely quiet.
I want to watch this again as we see it on the replay. The defenders bumping into each other. Was any of it forced? As it was no, so it was not.
Yeah, Arsenal
players.
got, yeah.
AXB was in net, and Arsenal got bumped by a Sonics player, but AXB still baited in by that.
Well,
completely whiffs.
Again, I was touching on it a little bit because AXB was going up to challenge Shocks and stop the shot, and as soon as Shock got bumped, well, AXB isn't in a position to tap the ball into the corner. If he knew Shock was going to get bumped, he would have made a much better touch. But unfortunately, you can't expect that one of your players is going to get bumped and then hit the guy who's about to shoot the ball, and it's just a comedy of disaster right in front of the net. And that kind of is what happened with both goals there, because AXB was the man responsible in that midfield who tried to get real aggressive on that first goal to try and keep the offense going, and it got put over his head, and then they were just in a bad spot. And the second one is just a result of who knows what happened.
Yeah, no, it fell apart a little bit. That one definitely one that we could break down in full maybe in future weeks.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack in that one. But yeah, the first goal, I loved the side field challenges. I think that the challenge game from Sonics right now is very, very strong.
Yeah.
They're giving themselves opportunities, and that first goal that they scored just managed to get that final challenge right next to the goal and set up the shot for Sathu. And now starting it off with some kickoff pressure. Sonics looks to recreate that same success. AXB now off the backboard. Is he going to find this? Oh my goodness, AXB waterfalls it straight down. And the Space Station came to play.
And finally, there's that long pass play that they get off uncontested, and the perfect read from AXB.
The boosting down, realizing I got to get down fast here. Oh, what a shot. AXB, we talked about him before the game, starting to become more of an offensive player.
It's all that improvement during the offseason on both sides. He got relegated into being just get in the face of the opposing team and let Typical shoot the ball because his finishing was having a bit of a struggle in terms of the shooting accuracy, and Arsenal trying to go behind all the defense.
For once, the woodwork. Playing well as a defender. There's a nice shot. Sathu gets it away. Now Typical pass across to Arsenal. He'll look for this shot. Finds it. Excellent placement. Just out of reach of the defenders. Up by 2 now is Space Station.
You were just saying in between games, the passing from Space Station Gaming being well defended by Sonics, and here's 2 uncontested touches out towards attackers for Space Station, and Arsenal on the second chance drills that one.
Yeah, not a defender anywhere near the ball on the pass or the shot. Kickoff going in Sonic's favor. They've been getting these balls straight towards the goal a few times. Shock demolished high in the corner on offense. Dapper's touch is a bit lofty.
Yeah, I thought it was good initially until I realized just how floaty it was.
Yeah, easily read by the backboard defense. AXB now a pitch across. Arsenal chases down. Towards the back, Shock will have it on the backboard and looks to keep control. Carried out of his corner, but Typical gets it off of 1, over 2, and out in front of the box. The rest of his team not pushing forward. Maybe a bit of miscommunication as to who should go. And they'll have to fall back on the defense now.
Oh, Shock going for the bump there on Typical. Sonics willing to take some real aggressive risks and pull themselves out of position to try and open windows of opportunity.
Dapper's positioning on reading where this ball's going and where the Space Station players are putting it has been very, very strong. He hasn't had to work too hard. He's just always in the right spot and able to kind of use the speed that Space Station is putting on this ball against them. 3:13 left to go, though. They need to get it onto offense. They've not found a way to score just yet. This one dangerous in front of the box once more. AXB shot completely wide, and Dapper tries to get up in time. Arsenal's got it now. AXB trying to get over the top of Shock. It's still in this corner, and Sipical's now lurking up. AXB looks to set it up for him. Lofted again, but to the corner. No shot for Space Station.
You're talking about Arsenal and his field awareness. Oh, he just misses the ball. Oh, he was so close.
Man, a similar shot to goal number 1, but Dapper just missing on defense leaves it for Sipical.
I mean, that's a tough one. He was coming at it from in front of the ball, so he did have to try and time that flip to get behind it and still make contact with the car. And unfortunately, just a few millimeters off.
And it's so easy when the ball's directly above. Shock nearly reaches that ball. It's so easy, though, when the ball is directly above your head to not be entirely, perfectly aware of exactly your car's position. A demo on goal line, though, nearly gives a 4th goal here to Space Station as they are starting to run away with game number 2. There's still half the game left to play, but a 3-goal lead. It's a pretty difficult comeback. Sonics, they can do this one. Oh, the setup. Here's Dapper with the shot. There's a great way to start it. 2:19 left to go, and they've got the first one.
And that is just brilliant. Sathu wins the ball. Shock takes it away from the defense, and that's a quality touch. Arsenal, he knew he had to get up there quick, but Dapper just reading the play quicker. Excellent bit of assist work from Shock there.
Dapper spent some time away from the RLCS, but he's found a way back onto a roster, gets a goal here in game number 2. A demolition on the goal line could open up some space, but AXB is quick to fill the gap. And by some time, gets it over the top of 2, gets caught on the wall in a weird way, and won't be able to chase his ball, but was a little bit low on boost anyway. Sathu beats 2 now. And there's Sipical, a bump in net, does it pave it? Oh, Dapper's right there, exactly where the ball's gonna be. And now Sathu into the corner, looking for that transition, see if they can get that 2nd goal.
Curious to see if Space Station continue the aggression or if they'll just back off a little bit.
Dapper through 2, Sathu's up 4 players, look like airborne for this shot. AXB, the only one really not involved. On the edge, Shock, a boomer, Sipical, the response, and now trying to pinch it with Arsenal towards the goal. Sathu has the read, but the pressure on from Space Station still.
It was a very nice try from Space Station there to really put game 2 out of reach. Shock with a little dip and dive left and right. Gets away from a demo, but the Sonics just getting stuffed out. They really haven't been able to control the ball on the Space Station half.
Dapper towards Sathu. AXB cuts in. Now onto the backboard. The clear's there for Sonics. They need this 2nd goal. They need to have time to get that buzzer beater. So we're into the final minute. Shock to the edge. Sathu onto the side, and AXB with a response. Now the pass up towards Sathu. Arsenal's got it. Dapper now back. Sipical and AXB in this corner with lots of space. They're happy just to slow down the pace of this ball and just let the clock burn down. A 2-goal lead. It's perfect time just to play the clock. Sathu towards the middle. AXB's there. Nobody on the Sonics finding it. Oh, Sipical nearly finds the behind the ball shot. The final 30 seconds, man, Sonics struggling to find any real shot on goal, much less just even midfield control.
Felt like the inverse of game 1. Game 1 was a lot of Space Station not really being able to get the passes going across and feeling like a Sonics player was just always in the passing lane ready to cut things down. This game felt like the same thing just for Space Station Gaming, except at the start of it, I thought Arsenal was going to turn that in. At the start of it, Space Station, much better job of finding each other across the field, and unfortunately Sonics not able to do much.
That'll kill game number 2. Space Station bounced back cleanly here with a 3-1. Was a 3-0 at one point. The 4-0 comeback is kind of the holy grail of Rocket League or of RLCS, which happened, I think, 1 time ever. There's been a comeback from 3 goals down a good handful of times, like 11 or 12 times in 9 seasons. So that kind of 3-goal lead is where you could start to feel like this game might be really already over. Sonics tried to rally, but not quite able to find it.
And their only goal was a brilliant effort from Shock to get in front of the Space Station defense and throw it off the ceiling. But unfortunately, the rest of that game really was just Sonics having to battle at that midfield line. And when they finally won it, it was a long clear that they had to make a second challenge on to really try and hold on to control. And that's just a product of great layering of Space Station Gaming, the timing of your challenges, when you're approaching the ball and forcing the opposition to hit it onto your half. So credit to Space Station here in the midfield, a complete turnaround from game 1.
I do want to point out Dapper here. We talked about him a few times in that game. He scored the only goal, but still's the bottom of the scoreboard. So you take away the 100 points he got from that, he's nearly like a 200 points, like a personal score underneath his teammates. He's playing very passively, but he's, I think, making the most effective touches on defense. Right?
Oh yeah, I wanted to bring that up in the middle of that game. Dapper has definitely had. You were talking about he's always in the right place at the right time, and I was sitting there on his camera for a good minute and a half, and it's like, well, why does Dapper always in the right place at the right time? He's sitting there, he turns his ball camera on and off so many times that he's always just getting a good swivel look all the way around the pitch to really understand where everybody is, and he's making sure not to lose track of people. So he understands that, you know, if a Space Station person is passing that ball left to right, he knows why, because there's somebody there, and it's not just a touch to beat a player.
Game 3. Tied up at 1 game apiece, guaranteed at least game 4. Typical. Midfield trying to give his team some presence on the field. AXB with a nice extension. Here comes Shock. Typical now up. Goalie demolished, but not much control. And now, oh my goodness, 3 demos in a row. A momentary 2v1, I think, happens. There's a shot from Dapper in the midfield, but no good. Now Arsenal towards AXB, just barely makes the touch at the last moment to make the save. Typical looking to control this one. Baits in Sathy, but he's out of boost. AXB moves in to take over. He's also low on boost, only 3 to his name. Dapper and Shock a little bit confused, but Shock manages to recover. Now looking for the save. Can he do it? Oh, doesn't quite find that aerial shot. And AXB was able to push it back to midfield.
And Dapper was positioned all the way across the net there, expecting a challenge to pop out across the goal and look for the rebound, and now he's trying to set one up.
Here comes Dapper looking for the pass back out. Sathy's up for it, but AXB in time makes the block. Shock off the wall, wrapping around, double commit on defense. AXB's right there. Interesting positioning that just works out for Space Station. Sathy demolishing his corner, but this ball sent to no man's land, and everyone's got to adjust. Arsenal on the back wall, leaves it for AXB, gets called off by his teammate. 3:19 left to go, no goals in game number 3.
Ooh. Nice job from Sathu, recognizing that's a weak pass out of their own half and really getting in the face, and now might be able to see Sonics really stick it to Space Station. They're in all sorts of trouble.
Typical manages to get back up just in time and make the block after the first whiff, but now Arsenal on the wall. He doesn't have any team to support him and doesn't have enough boost. He'll just take the kind of musty shot off the wall. It's not going to be easily defended by Sonics, and now back here looking for the Doomsday Dish. Typical's not going to be able to make it happen this time.
They're definitely trying to get on that goal line and throw the defenders off so that that play could have a chance of success, but a nice job on the goal line of the Sonics to dodge all those demos and make sure they keep this tied up as we hit halftime.
Typical traps this one, flicks Dapper. Sathu easily closes the gap, but Arsenal's got the response. Quick side-by-side action, a miss on the backboard. Sathu makes the save, and now AXB, can he find the pass to Typical? It's airborne, Typical's there, no one's up for it. Oh, Shock on the goal line, makes the block. Arsenal, can he find the double tap? No, Shock sends it off to the corner, and Sathu will look for the clear. Sonics dodge that one and keep their goal clean.
Stingy defense, but they're not done yet. There's the demo on the goal line. Can they get it? No, Shock can't get back under the ball. He falls out in front.
Dapper was out of boost. He couldn't close the gap in time. Now AXB looking for Sathu on the goal line. Gets Dapper on the far side, but Sathu emerges with ball control. Looks for the pass to Shock. The game has heated up quickly. It's both teams with good looks and good opportunities.
Oh, AXB.
Looking for the pass.
They were stretching for that one, but Space Station got to be getting frustrated with the inability to break down the Sonics defense.
This is dangerous, but AXB will be alone with the ball. Gets it off to the edge, gets a second fall, but Sathu's still there. He put it right onto his hood, and then he finds the demolition. Arsenal, oh, he couldn't quite get it. What a save coming out of his goal. Oh my goodness, Arsenal just took what he had to work with and made it work. We're still scoreless. 124, what a flick over one. Shock should have this ball all to himself, and Typical will get caught out, but now AXB back in and into the blue. Sathu beaten by Typical. Arsenal's not in a position, but one bump. Shock manages to get up. They would need 2 bumps to make that. AXB! Oh, it's so close.
Typical?
They're coming out. Typical
side
flips. Can't make it happen, and Dapper will get a free clear here. What a valiant effort, though, from Space Station.
Boy, were they trying just about everything, and Arsenal's not done yet.
There it comes off the back. There's Dapper in net getting hounded. The shot is wide. Dapper still makes the clear. Oh my goodness. 48 seconds left. Typical now up against Sathu, and it's off to the edge. XB and Arsenal both on the wall. They have to make this clear, and they do. Sypical looked for the shot, but not going to happen. And Dapper was on the goal line. Now Arsenal across. Sypical makes the half rotation, turns back in. Up against Sath. He's got to pass one, but getting bumped in the corner. Now XB with a little bit of space. Dapper slows it down. Flick side past Arsenal. Over to Shock. Can he get it on the Sypical? The bump. XB still closes in. That's why you got the 3 players. The rotation works perfectly. And with 18 seconds, man, overtime is looking likely. But these teams are firing on all cylinders.
And Dapper just doing such a great job picking up all the small pads to keep himself in rotation. Despite all the stolen boosts from Space Station Gaming, it has just been a dogfight in the midfield, and that's down for Arsenal, and it will be on the ground. Let's go to OT. This has been a great game 3.
This will either be an 18-second overtime or a 5-minute, slog. One or the other. Here comes Arsenal with nearly gets the bump on Shock in the air, but it wouldn't have really been Dapper with that next touch. And here comes the Shock pass to Dapper. It's just in 12. Okay, I was almost at 18 seconds.
You're a smart guy, Wave.
But what a game! Sonics finally find the crack.
Wow.
A little bit of a double commit in the midfield.
Yeah, exactly. They pulled 2 people out, and all Shock had to do was just beat the one guy with a great touch to the sidewall. And the double commit combined with the demo as Sonics tried to push up field just means it's an easy roller. And what was a thrilling game 3 comes to a screeching halt in overtime.
It's funny because I think if we hadn't gone to overtime and had the reset of the kickoff, the game would have just kept on going and kept on going.
Yeah.
That momentary stop playing, reevaluate, it changes players' mentality so much for some reason. You have to go, now what were you doing? Do it again. And here, that was the overtime moment. That was the very moment they won the game, and we move on to Neo Tokyo.
And you're absolutely right. There is something to be said about a kickoff resetting everything as you go into an overtime, because there's a whole host of what's the word I want? Factors. Thank you. There's a whole bunch of those things that come into play before overtime starts. You have to take into account that there are spots on the pitch where the big boost pads haven't respawned, and one team has possession of all of those, and the timing's behind them. And the other team could have 0 boost as they're fighting for overtime, because as they try and push up the field, there's going to be nothing there. It's going to make the offense stall out. And as soon as overtime hits, then everything gets reset back to even odds. And it's just everything's back in a completely level playing field. Nobody has any particular amount of possession or anything like that. So all the pressure gets evened out and wiped off the board. And then Space Station goes for boost on the kickoff, and then they double commit as they try and get to the midfield play, and then Shock just rolls the ball in. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Well, we'll go into game 4. Sonics with a 1-game lead. They're on match point. They can win it here in game 4 and prove Corelli right. Sathu here playing against his old team.
Yep.
Used to play for Space Station here. This is actually the first time he's gotten to play against his former roster. I'm sure it would feel good to get the win.
He was unfortunately on the Space Station roster that had all the shooting percentage issues.
Yes.
And it's nice to see them have nice pass. Unfortunately, not as much success to start off game.
Well, they got rid of Sathu, so, things improved. That's how they would see it anyway. Space Station with the infield pass. Arsenal is Sypical. A quick 1-2 will give them a goal, something they could not find in 5 minutes and 12 seconds in game 3. And they'll start early. Over the top of 2 on the kickoff. Dapper will have this one all to himself. And Arsenal airborne quickly. A nice attack. Now looks for Shock, but he'll send it off to the side. Arsenal now looks for goalies. Sypical. Can he find the pass? Actually, just goes for himself, and AXB demolished in the midfield, so Sypical's plan is good, but Arsenal will have this ball all to himself, but no velocity on this thing. It's going to be hard to get it to go anywhere. Shock and Dapper, a little bit of a double commit, and Sathu very tightly positioned. If they were able to beat him here, they'll get a goal, but oh my goodness, he nearly finds the goal himself, and now Dapper looks for the back pass as Shock can rotate it out. It'll be a Shock ball.
Oh, the demo
on Sypical, and Arsenal off to the edge. The defensive Space Station holding on the back line despite the front line harassment.
And nice communication there from Sonics as Shock calls off Dapper to go over his head, but it's a one-on-one, and they won't make it. Sathu is late on the rotate back, and an open goal.
Sonics have been very aggressive here in game 4.
There was just not enough boost. Sathu, as he rotated through that Space Station half, tried to go steal away that Space Station corner boost, and it wasn't there. So he wasted a few precious moments. And those few moments spent for going for a boost that wasn't there cost him a goal.
Space Station in the game they won in this series, game 2, they went up 3-0, but will it happen? No, AXB with a stop. Shock will finish it off. Not going to happen here in Game 4. Sonics keep it within striking distance.
Much needed goal and a great job from Shock to just push that into the middle. AXB, he hit the lip as he was rotating into the goal, so he didn't have as much control to go and get that strong clear into the corner. Just ends up dropping it right in front of the goal, and it gets pounced on.
Honestly, for hitting the lip, that's a pretty solid save.
Yeah.
This is too bad for him. Shock was right there. Now Sathu looks for AXB in net. Here comes Dapper with the shot, and he puts it in to tie the game. It was all set up by the harassment in net, and Dapper did not miss.
Out of nowhere, a 2-goal swing, and he just gets right in Arsenal's face, and Arsenal tries to play it off the wall, and there it is. The harassment and the goal from all of Sonics as they just get right in the face of Space Station and force them to dodge some demos. And Dapper, that's just a beautiful piece of shooting.
Went from a 0-0 into overtime, Game 3. And what's kind of turning into a shootout here is the pass comes across. AXB's not going to be able to find that second touch, and Cynical doesn't like how closely positioned all of his team is. He falls back onto defense here. He'll make the stop now. Arsenal, not enough boost to be able to challenge that ball. Arsenal will get up in time to make one stop. Cynical with a miss. AXB's got to find the clear. Cynical should be in this corner, and he'll extend it. Now behind this, nice kill on 1. Can he find it on 2? No, Shock pushes it through. Now AXB challenges. Arsenal, the last player back. It's off the wall, but there's no one to take it as everyone has to rotate back on the defense. Space Station on the long clear will find the counter back to mid. AXB trying to connect with Arsenal in this corner. Actually going to go for it himself. Arsenal was the bait.
Ah, nice.
Fake on 1. Dapper with the stop. Arsenal back into the box. Sathu's got it away. Sonic's corner defense has honestly been perfect this entire series. I don't think one time anything's gotten through. Well, now crossed halftime, tied up at 2 apiece. Sonics looking for that lead to finish off the game here, finish off the match. Their first win in RLCS Season 9. Sathu through 2, onto the side. Here comes Dapper, up against Cynical. Now pass back across Dapper. Should be able to slow this one down, but it kind of just pinballs off a bunch of cars. Now back to the corner.
Sonic's communication has just been on point. They're willing to let challenges go in situations where many teams we've seen. Oh, big miss, Shock, it's free!
No! What had happened? He harassed
AXB.
The harassment was all he needed.
So AXB, he's got this all the way. He just missed the ball.
Just the whiff.
I think he was either thinking that ball was going to roll, and he just didn't quite expect it to bounce as hard as he did, as hard as it did. It just got right by him, and that is a big mistake. But thankfully, you got time to fix it.
They have time to come back, but you know AXB's going to kick himself if that's the one that loses them the series. Easily the biggest defensive mistake of the match so far as Arsenal drops this down. Now Sathu with the counter. All of a sudden, Sonics find themselves with the lead and happy to play clock game. We'll see what they do. 1:40, plenty of game time. This one's definitely not out of reach just yet, but Dapper through 1. Now Arsenal. Shock. Space Station keeps playing in this corner. And I'm telling you, it's never going to work.
Oh, yeah.
Sathu to Dapper. Dapper finds it nearly. It's off the crossbar. Sathu off the edge again. One more double tap. Here comes the third shot from Shock. He keeps it high. He's still got boost to work with, but at this point, Space Station will have reset. Be able to find some blocks. Dapper manages to get it through the front line. Sathu up, but Arsenal's got the block.
Man, Sonic sending the house for that one. They were trying everything. Keep it high, make Space Station waste the boost, and this is all Cynical can do just to try and buy some time for them with the ball.
Give his teammates time to reset, refill the tanks. AXB demolished despite the advance. Now Cynical over to the side. Another demo in the midfield. Sathu, this ball might be in, but Sathu gets it. In the final minute, Space Station trying to hold on and send us to Game 5. Sonics looking for their first win of Season 9 and their debut performance here of RLCS. There's Arsenal onto the side. Oh, more comes down.
Space Station trying mightily.
Arsenal looked for it. Shock's got to stop. Final 30 seconds. Sathu over the top of AXB. That'll burn a lot of time. Cynical's going to need a few touches to get this one out.
Oh, that's dangerous.
It on 2. Dapper's got it off the wall. Oh, there's the touch from Shock again. These clears. An absolutely insane clear. And again, Cynical has to make the play all the way out of his own half. Arsenal tries first. Now AXB. Cynical looking for the pass from Arsenal. It drops down to him, but Shock cuts it off. The interceptions are too good, and the clock will expire. Sonics improve to 1-1 in their maiden voyage.
And indeed, it does come through. If you ask me how they won that game, all the boost control in that game. So many stolen boost pads. There's, what, 4 for Dapper. Another 4 for Sathu and 3 for Shock, just constantly in that space station half, taking away those corner boosts, making it so tough for them to hold on to it. And you're absolutely right, at least in that game 4. But the corner defense from Sonic, so good. Just about nothing got through. And unfortunately, it did come down to AXB with a routine misread out of the corner.
It did, man.
That's tough stuff.
That is, we saw one from Dapper earlier in game 3, I believe, or game 2.
Oh, where it was off the ceiling.
Directly above him, like that was kind of the miss. It's like it's an understandable miss, but still you're a professional Rocket League player, like to some degree you got to hit it in that one.
But in terms of degrees of difficulty of saves,
yeah, AXB, that is
here's AXB's level of difficulty. Dapper's was like here.
And we're talking about corner defense. Literally, it was a corner defense play, the simplest plays there. So congratulations to Sonics. They'll take that one down. We've got 4 more matches, though, to go. When we come back, we've got United taking on Ghost. Can United stay perfect up against Ghost? We'll see after the break.
CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする。ここまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Solar eclipses. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. We can start it again. We can start it. To escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing.
The Sonics shock everybody with a victory over SSG there. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, Week 2 of North America. I'm your host, Brody Leafex Moore, and Master of Bad Puns alongside Gibbs and James. Welcome to the desk, James. Before we talk to you, I've been given this message from Corelli for you to read here out to the world. If you'd like to do that for us.
Hey everyone, it's me, Gibbs. Just wanted to let you know, look at camera, that Corelli is the superior analyst. Be sure to follow him on Twitter at CorelliTV.
Oh, you forgot the smiles part at the end.
Hey,
right,
man,
he gave you direction.
Like it's like the same thing when like someone says that they're good at roulette. You know?
Hey, come on. No.
Can't be good at roulette.
I was listening to that whole pre-show, Gibbs. You were just offended that they were teaming up on you because of all your bad opinions. And now you're trying to take a shot at him again. You got to give him credit, and you got to follow him on Twitter.
I'm not going to give any credit to Corelli, but I will give credit to Sonics. That game 3 was when I was like, all right, guys, you are the RLCS team now. Game 3 was an amazing 0-0 game late from both teams making incredible plays. Sonics really stepped it up.
I thought Shock was incredible. He was weaving through the defense, dodging demos, dodging bumps, getting passes out to his teammates, cleaning up goals. Sathu as well. There was one play where he almost made it happen. He was going for an air bump, getting a pass out off the backboard. Sathu was playing well. Dapper was in the mix. And this Sonics team, they're looking like contenders. I love everything I saw from them. Some incredible highlight moments, especially that save from Dapper coming off the ceiling of the goal, dodging a demo, and then getting the save near the bottom of the net. We saw everything in this series, and I loved it.
And then for Space Station, this is a bad loss for them because we talked to Retals, who says that they could easily be #1. The pros ranked Afterthought, or now Sonics, number 10.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be when Space Station easily gets. And in that game 3, big difference makers was just one more pass. Space Station needed one more pass. They thought the goal was open. And there was incredible saves by Sonics, but one more pass would have got them so many more goals, and they could have closed it out.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I feel like it was already a close series. We were on the edge of our seats watching this one, and I felt like it literally just came down to 1 or 2 mistakes from AXB that kind of really turned the tide there. So, I mean, looking at them and how they played, you feel like Space Station should be able to turn this around and have a stronger season going forward if they don't make those mistakes, correct?
But this is great for Sathyew because he gets kicked from this team. Space Station turns into a world-class team. Everyone says Sathyew's the problem. It doesn't look like it now.
I immediately went to Twitter. Went to Twitter to see what Sathyew tweeted. And, you know, I think he's got to take some lessons from Retals. Come on, get more savage than that. This was a revenge game for him. He got dropped from the team. Now he made it back to RLCS. Got the dub versus his own team. That's got to feel good. Well,
we'll get into those Twitter tips later. But right now, we got to move on to our next match. It's going to be United versus Ghost Gaming. This is going to be a really fun one. Again, the desk was indecisive on this one, too. It wasn't across the board. We had a 50-50 split down this one. James, I want to get your take on this one first because you didn't get to talk to us about it before. What do you think about this match? I mean, this could go either way.
So the desk was split on it, and I still am split on this because on one hand, I was a person who underestimated United coming into the season. Even last season, I was one of the people who was like, there's no way they can do this again. But what I'm seeing is that Roldiz continues to score important goals. He got the goal that finished off the series. And Ajax and Hoxer, they started out the series with 2 double taps that were so clean, so crisp. It seems like they're only getting better with more time. But Ghost is a team that they added missed. I like what I saw from them in the first week where they lost. They were speedy, but they still just didn't get that win. So I'm torn on this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big time. They have to convert their chances for Ghost. They were playing well against Space Station. Just a few of those shots that they have to score, they just didn't score them. And that's really the one difference maker. We talked about Ghost. They won both Astro tournaments over these last 2.5 weeks with every RLCS team. But you go back to E United and the clutch moments. Last season, they made the World Championship. But their stats for Season 8, not pretty. Not pretty whatsoever.
And they had to go through Ghost to even get there, if you remember it. So
like, look at these stats right here. They were 1.5 goals per game, 1.86 goals against, shot 19%, one of the worst ever for North America. But in the big-time moments, they won. Last week, though, they looked fantastic. 2.33 goals, only 1 goal against. They're number 1 in shooting percentage, number 1 in save percentage. So if they keep that up, easily a top 4 team.
And Gibbs, you know, you trashed Ghost so hard. You just called them mediocre.
I'm just saying they haven't won the big game.
But
they need to win the big game.
Picked as a win here on the.
I do have Ghost winning this, yes. I'm just saying I need to see them win the big game, and they haven't done it yet.
That's fair. So my question is, like, did United have a bit of an? You look at those numbers. Did they have a bit of an easy run because they're still faced off against a Cloud9 that wasn't quite up to form right now? Is Ghost going to give them a challenge? You think this is going to be a much better showing for Mist this round?
I think that's what we'll find out throughout this match. Those questions will be answered. Is Ghost the real deal, or is E United the real deal?
We're absolutely split on this one. Let us know what your thoughts are online. United versus Ghost Gaming. Who's it going to be? At RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9, but it's time to get into some more Rocket League.
It's E United taking on Ghost United, currently 1-0. Ghost still looking for that first win, and Gibbs says they need to win the big game. But is this the big game, Achieves?
Is this the big game for Ghost? But it is a great step up the ladder for them. E United coming off a big win against Cloud9, yes. Jury's still out on it.
Was that a big win, though?
For E United?
E United kind of looks, or Cloud9 kind of looks bad now.
That's exactly what I was about to get to. I still think, yes, I still think it's a big win for E United because, as they talked about during the pre-show, a lot of people were like, Cloud9's going to come out here and they're going to own NA, they're back. And then they lost. So that's a big win in my book. If all the pros are like, Cloud9's up there and E United takes a win off them, that's big. Is E United the big win for Ghost? Not necessarily, because the big win for Ghost is when you start proving that you've been around here for so long and you start taking, big wins off of people like NRG and people that sit up at the top like Space Station, because Ghost has always battled for middle of the pack position. So a win here against E United is like, okay, definitely on the way up. And so while I don't think this is a big win, it is a good step up for them.
Yeah, for sure. We just saw our first loss from one of the teams from Season 8 that went to Worlds for North America. Space Station was one of those teams. They just lost to Sonics. See if we can make it 2 on the day if United drops the series to Ghost. Ghost looking for that big win in the big game, but still also looking for the impact of Mist, the new roster move taken from the Pittsburgh Knights. See how he does here. We got Ghost Gaming in the orange, United in the blue in a best of 5. There's the pass across to Hoxer. Atomic will have the interception, and now looking for a pass.
Atomic might be as close to automatic in terms of car control and movement on this pitch. He might be.
Roldes takes a shot. Mist has the save. That beautiful black Dominus Ghost decal. Onto the edge. Roldes rocking his team's jersey as well.
Oh, nice.
Lucian off the wall, wasn't quite able to find a shot. Difficult shot to make, but didn't even really take it there. Atomic now back into the midfield. Hoxer with a stop, and Lucian does a 3-point turn to get this one out of his corner.
Great bit of car control as well. Unfortunately, that long air dribble kind of got away from him, and Ajax able to steal it away. That's a nice attempt. Actually, this is more dangerous the longer they let it go, but Mist finally decides enough is enough.
All of United were in the midfield. Now they have to fall back. Lucian's got this one onto the backboard. Roldes will carry this one off. Try to give it to Hoxer as Mist rotates out. Find a transition play. And Lucian and Mist tangled up in the corner. It's going to be all up to Atomic, who buys his team some time, but the pressure's still on from United. There's a good clear from Lucian. Atomic will look to keep this one going.
There is a little bit of bad blood between Ghost and United. It was United that knocked out Ghost from the Worlds, and they will not get another goal here. Roldes almost got Lucian to tap that into his own net.
Saw some forced goals in NA.
Yeah,
forced own goals last weekend. Not going to happen just yet here. Game number 1, United versus Ghost. Hawks now onto the wall. Lucian falls back, missed to Atomic, intercepted by Ajax. The interceptions have been on point for United, but neither team really seems to have like a solid control on this game. They're more just reacting to the safe touches from each other.
I think the closest opportunity to offense has definitely been Ghost. They had that nice pass play from Mist to Lucian in the corner that unfortunately Lucian just couldn't convert. And right now, United actually starting to build the pressure up, but that's a great touch from Atomic out into space. And they run into each other on the United side.
Oh, Roldes rolls it past Lucian. And a bump onto an United player puts him high, but he's able to pinch it, come on back, pinch it with his goalie. And Hoxer, an excellent challenge through one, but Mist will have that ball all to himself. Now Atomic up, looking for the pass back down. Mist challenges, and Roldes is already there. He knew what was happening before Mist did.
That's a brilliant read from Roldes because he sees that approach from Atomic, and there's two options. Does he go for the backboard double touch or the shot, or does he drop it down? He can see that rotation of the car going forward and immediately makes the read. He's trying to pass it. Goes and steals it away. That's brilliant recognition from Roldes.
Bench in the corner gives it to Ajax. The shot on target will be blocked by Atomic. Now trying to hold on to this one. A nice touch there. To get it past 2 into the corner, Ajax has got a reset net. Lucian coming into play. Gets blown up by Roldes. And the rest of the United defense will hold on. 1:40 left to go and still scoreless in game number 1. Bit of a defensive stalemate. It's missed with the pass back in. No one's there. Hoxer will put it back onto the wall. Now Atomic. Lucian just backs off. Here comes Mist. He gets it past Ajax. Hoxer's got it back down. There's Lucian with a shot, and Roldes with the save. The best look we've seen so far from Ghost. And it's sent away, turned aside.
It was really just Lucian just waiting on a subpar clear. It was necessary, but it wasn't necessarily good. And
they are lucky Hoxer got demolished.
Yeah.
He spawned back on defense to make that save. Nobody was home to make that play. Roldes up against Atomic. 55 seconds left. No one on the board. Someone's got to score eventually. A Mist versus Hoxer. Looks for the slow play on him. We saw Hoxer get some crazy axle break and dribbles in Season 8, but that will not be his first of Season 9. Roldes with a miss on that second touch, and Lucian looks for this counter play. Develops the field further. But then Hoxer has a response. 33 seconds left, and a lot of solo carries into neutral balls into counter solo carries.
Yeah.
This game 1 has been a very safe play.
There's nothing wrong with prioritizing possession either. Lucian and Atomic. What?
Did he just Was it just too much pressure, too many offensive players and breathing down his neck here? How did he miss this?
Well, Ajax is sitting in the net. You can definitely see that's off the ceiling, and I don't know.
I think he just missed.
It looked like he thought Atomic was going to hit that ball, and I think he went to go block Atomic's touch, and unfortunately, Atomic never touched the ball, so it just went over his head.
That might be the game winner with how this game's been going. Ajax now into the corner, missed with a second shot, a rocket that's just too high. Now rolled as an Ajax. Can they tie this one up? An excellent play. Atomic makes the stop. Here's Hoxer up with 4 seconds left. They've got to keep it airborne. Missed, well, just touched the ground there. They nearly had the opportunity. A valiant effort in the final moments, but that Ajax mistake will cost United a game. Ghost advanced to 1-0.
Yeah, tough break for United. And a nice start for Ghost Gaming, getting the win over the people that took him out of LAN contention, losing in Game 7 last season. So a good start for Ghost on the road back.
So they got to get 2 more here in this series if they want to have that one in the win column. But here was the shot one more time, and if there was any, I would love to see this from Ajax perspective.
I did go to Ajax perspective on my observer. It definitely did look like he definitely thought Atomic was going to come up with a touch here, because he waited a long time. He really did wait a long time.
That makes sense. That does make sense. And props to Atomic reading, hey, this is already in.
I mean, I think Atomic missed the ball.
It's possible, but you know, he's a professional Rocket League player. I'll give him credit that he knew what was happening there. He gets the Galaxy Brain moves there to win the game. What a stellar player Atomic is.
I mean, to be fair, you're absolutely right. Atomic is a wonderful player in his own right. He's a big part of the reason Ghost had as much success as they did last season in terms of getting opportunities into scoreable positions and being an effective member of the offense. There's no question about that. Just in that play, I think he missed the ball.
it might have been either way. You know what they would say in the biz? We take those.
We take those.
Happy to take game number 1. And we'll see if maybe we get a little bit more exciting of a game here in game number 2. There was one stellar moment of offense from Ghost that was deflected by United. Yeah. Otherwise, things pretty slow all the way around.
You were absolutely right, though. It definitely was a lot of, take the ball slow, try and air dribble it out of your half. And unfortunately, I think whoever is able to make the stronger first touch come this game will hold a lot more advantage, because if they keep this air dribble game up, I mean, you're going to end up with some long games, and it's Atomic setting up a Lucian and will go into the back of the net.
Atomic's trap here. Oh, this is so good.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's such good car control. And Lucian comes in to finish it off. Hoxer there coming off of a respawn, not quite able to make that save. And United, they struggle again. Ghost Gaming, they've scored all the goals in this series. Missed off the kickoff. Pass back down to Atomic.
Ooh.
Neutral play. Ajax will get it over the top. The midfield play. Mist will find a save as that first shot just a little bit high. The crossbar will help out Ghost. United still looking for their first goal of the series.
Ajax kind of a lame duck here in the midfield right now. He's got to wait because he got his boost taken away. That's free positioning for Ghost, and they convert it.
Flip back down Atomic. His car control has been insane this series. So I think he did the ground flip cancel to gain control of that ball there. The first minute will come and go. United now advancing onto offense, but Rolled is out of boost. He's going to have to rely on his teammates, and they're already retreating. Mist now onto the backboard. Hoxer's got it, but Mist has him red. Ajax gets it away. The shot may be wide anyways, and now Rolled will look for the counterattack. Wasn't able to do anything, but here comes Ajax. Hoxer in the midfield, plays it over to the dead corner. Lucian and Atomic will look to close the gap. Hoxer, no contact, and Atomic won't be fooled.
Nice bum play from Atomic there to run interference on what could have been a dangerous dribble attempt from Rolled. Pass into the middle. Ajax thinking about it. Slow play, and that is tipped away.
In and out. All 3 players for United tight in this corner. They'll need to space out now. Hoxer with a bunch of moves to work with. Look for the ceiling play, and it's down towards the goal, but no extra shot, no rebound as his teammates retreated. Rolled is a little bit wide. They have caught the defense flat-footed here. They're not able to find the shots, and then Atomic gets this one away.
Hoxer just got a little too much of that ball. And it's that first touch is so important when you're hanging on to possession. There you go. Nice job from Ajax to beat one man and still be able to make the adjustment on it, but they're still having to fight out of their own half.
Lucian looked for the back pass, but didn't find anything. The ball has kind of been killed here in the midfield. No velocity, horizontally anyways. Now Hoxer into Rolled up high. Atomic will look for Mist on his corner. Gets this one up, but Ajax has the read. Now Rolled looking for the play. Both he and Lucian will fake each other out. The ball falls back down. Approaching halftime, and Ghost still 1-0. United yet to find the back of the net.
Ghost got the 10 set up too, or United, excuse me. They're just camped out on this midfield line. Finally, Mist able to get something through that midfield, but do they hang on to it?
Lucian coming in, he got 2 players. It's all up to Roldiz here, and he will make the touch away. Will not be an easy shot. This Ghost to look to extend their lead. Atomic, no boost to his name, but no problem. Nearly made the play happen. Ajax will fake out the offense, and now Mist just having to play defense. Atomic up. Ball spends so much time by itself.
It's just low boost for United. They're having to let it travel. Ajax was thinking about it that whole time, and they might have caught him on a counterattack.
There will all 3 players from Ghost tightly positioned. They've got to fall back quickly. But the play was to the corner for United, and this takes too many touches out of the corner to make a really effective counterattack. Atomic onto the side, now Aleutian, no touch in the midfield. This opens up space for Atomic to give it back to Aleutian. Can he find the shot? Gets the pass across, but missed. Playing defensively, realizing this is a low-scoring series. I don't need to try and score this second goal right now, though 1 might be enough. As he gets a pass 2, Roldiz up, Mist beats him all by himself. What a play! He was just setting up for the solo clutch.
Great command here from Mist. The first touch and the perfect landing. It's the landing on the sidewall that sets up that quick recovery to stick with that ball. And a beautiful bit of command and car control nets a fantastic 2-goal lead for Mist.
Exactly enough boost. So Mist makes a statement. We said at the beginning of the series, they're still kind of looking for the presence, the impact of Mist on this roster. He's been enabling his teammates to be aggressive on offense, but also shows that he can make the solo plays when he needs to. Quality player. Atomic through 2. Ajax alone in his back third. He'll get this control. Use the wall to his advantage, but Lucian's got the read. Now Roldiz plays it off the backboard. Hoxer, the quick pass is out of boost. He won't be able to reach that. Now Ajax high. Roldiz with the challenge. Got 2 defenders. Atomic, the only grounded player. He makes the stop and gets that clear. 40 seconds left to United. A team that looked so good at the end of Season 8, starting to struggle here against the team that they knocked out of World's contention.
That being said, everyone tends to struggle against Ghost historically. Doesn't matter if you're bottom or top of the standings. It's always a long one, and I would not be surprised to see that continue.
Mist will reach this. Pass 2 up against Roldiz. He's out of boost this time, but still beats him. 10 seconds on the clock, and the game is over. All 3 players from United unable to beat Mist by himself. As the clock expires, no way to score 2 goals in 0 seconds. That'll be game 2 going to Ghost.
So Mist had 182 score this game, and 100 of it comes from the shot. Shots are worth 25 each, so 50. And the other, 30, 40. Oh, why he's gonna get a second one? You're kidding.
Hey, he's got 100 more.
He's got 100 more.
324 now. I think he maybe gets the MVP on this one as well.
He's very close.
What a play.
Out of nowhere in contention for MVP.
The garbage time goal that does not affect the outcome of this series in any way, shape, or form. Still a pretty one.
Yeah.
And also just the momentum. They're now up 2-0. Managed to get a buzzer beater. United still looking for that first goal here. They have been completely shut out in this series. 3 goals have gone in, or 4 goals rather, for Ghost. None for United. Yeah, man, United, I like this team. I like the way that this team plays, but they just are struggling to find any semblance of offense. And it's kind of been a story of the day so far. Has been playing the ball to the corner just being a useless tactic. I see United gain the opportunity of a counterattack, and they still try to use that corner play instead of just going straight for the goal, force the defenders to make the saves.
Well, they had that one counterattack opportunity where it was kind of in a 1v1 when they got that clear up, and you mentioned it. It was clear to the corner, but that was kind of the only play they had because they had a player up there, and so it's how do you get that ball into a scoreable position, and that's kind of dependent on how much of a quality lead pass it is coming out of your own half. Is it in front of you? Is it directly above you? Is it slightly behind you? If it's slightly behind you, then the counterattack's worthless because then you have to kill all the momentum so you can stay with the play and try and reset it and get it back into the middle. So it's there's a lot of things that go into a quality counterattack, and unfortunately that pass from United on that one counterattack, that was probably their best chance to score a goal that whole game.
Yeah. No, and you said it kind of in the middle of the series. It's like Ghost is always good, is never quite good enough to like have a great season, but always good enough to ruin somebody else's.
Exactly.
You know? And like United might be that team this season. We'll see. We got a long season ahead of us to really see the full impact of these series. But United, especially if they get swept here, if they get completely shut out, that is still an option. It's only happened twice in RLCS history.
Bang.
And Mist starts out with an absolute bullet.
I was about to say, to be quite honest, it's going to come down to the mechanics, and right now Ghost have absolutely won that department. First they win the ball, and that is just perfect from Mist. Right on top, over the last man. The car control, the ability to get the touch you want, has favored Ghost this entire series, and nets him a 6-goal lead, or a 6-second lead.
Hoxer up to Ajax. Looking to, again, Atomic makes the save. It was a chance to block the complete shutout and missed. Nearly finds the counterattack. The shot is just a bit wide. Oh, the own goal. Oh, I feel like United is maybe just done.
That is definitely a tilter. They make a great attempt at the goal, and to be honest, it's just the shot placement that's off, and it sticks above the backboard, and Mist is just camped up there waiting to see if he needs to do anything, and gets a free counterattack because of how hard United pushed. And to make it the nice cherry on top, they own goal it.
United cannot give up on this series yet as they take another shot here, and just getting any goal, avoid becoming a third statistic in that perfect shutout column.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. Any singular goal from United is going to erase, at least in the next couple of minutes. They're going to forget about that own goal. They're going to be like, all right,
they'll be fine.
Put one in anyway. It's okay.
Keep themselves alive in the series. We've seen reverse sweeps are plenty common here.
Here we go.
Looking
Turn
for the
this
dribble
in.
here. He's got a bait on two. Oh, and no, it's off the post. It's not in. They had to score it. And now back in front. Here comes Hoxer with an opportunity. He just sends the shot. Illusion's got the block. Atomic's got the touch over Roldiz. And now he's looking to play defensively. Ajax's touch is high. He doesn't have enough boost to reach it. Here comes Hoxer with the shot.
There
and
we
it's
go.
in. They'll avoid the perfect shutout, and they've got a chance in this series.
And this is just good recognition. Ajax, it's a nice try to go for the double tap, but it's Hoxer understanding that Illusion goes and cuts into the middle of the goal to try and defend more of the options, and Hoxer realizes, all right, you've committed too far. The back post is empty. Takes his time deciding where he wants to shoot it, and well executed.
We've avoided the perfect shutout. Now it's time to get to game 4. United looking for it. Only a 1-goal game. Roldiz and Hoxer both up for this. Dual threat. We'll go to the corner. A demolition on the goalie could open up space. Atomic's there up against Ajax. He's got him beat.
And Ajax, he wasn't necessarily trying to win that ball and shoot it. He was just trying to cut off the clear from Atomic because he took a wide cut to stay with the clear angle.
Atomic and Mist going to try and work together on this one. Atomic. Ajax did not fall for it. Because again, 2 players in this close proximity, hard to get a read on what's about to happen. He reads it just fine. Mist now, launching it to Illusion. He stretches for the shot, nearly gets it. It's just high. Hoxer finds the clear, but Mist now looking to set up his teammate Illusion. Ajax will block it before it gets anywhere near a shot. Finds an extension as well.
Oh, that's a pass.
Hoxer across to Ajax, back in the direction of his teammate. Hoxer tries to close the gap to the corner and see if they can set up Roldiz, but Atomic now with control in the midfield. Over the top of 2, he's out of boost, and Roldiz in the corner doesn't make a strong touch, and Atomic can just kill it. This does give all the rest of United time to get back in goal, and they will be able to find these clears. Goes still so much work and an excellent touch. Missed, no boost to his name, still able to make the stop.
Nice idea from Ajax. As he rotated that car backward, it kind of throws a changeup at the defense and sees if he can catch him trying to defend high against that backboard double tap.
Hoxer was a series Illusion high. Bates and Roldiz. Ajax beats Atomic, and it's up to Mist. Touches to the midfield, and Hoxer will just send it straight back to the goal. Illusion makes the first stop. Who's going to get to this ball first? Ajax comes in for it, and it's just barely finally in, and we've got ourselves a tie game.
Hold your breath for a moment if you're an United fan. Illusion can't get it into the corner, and Atomic and him just get all sorts of tied up right on that post. And Ajax, he's glad that the post did him a pinball favor.
It's one of those, it's not pretty, but hey, it's good. It's worth as much as any other goal you've ever seen. Now the pass across, Atomic, which will try and take the lead right back, and Ghost Gaming is just not going away.
And that is a tough break. You finally equalize. They win the kickoff, though, and it just punches right out to Atomic, and that's just a perfect bit of placement. Honestly, he could have went to either post, near or far, and he was going to have that defender with how hard he shot that. That was just perfect.
Yeah, the defender had no momentum in either direction. Pretty much impossible to reach those corners. Atomic now off the kickoff. Ghost again with the lead. United, the best they've looked this series. Can they get us to game 4? There's 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Plenty of time to work with, but it's been a slow, low-scoring series. Hawks are now through the air, back down. The defenders are kind of caught backwards here. Illusion up, rolled is, gets countered immediately in the air. What a read. Now Atomic into this corner. Illusion, no boost, but plenty of space. Atomic and Mist. Maybe looking to play the clock game now. These things have widened out here for Ghost.
Oh, free ball.
There's Atomic, he's got Mist in tow. Gets both defenders. Ajax in time, we'll get there, but is there the counterattack? There's a shot from Mist. Ajax makes the save again. The solo defender makes 2 big stops to keep his team in this. 50 seconds left. This is when they gotta go.
Oh, nice demo, and that'll force Rolled is off too, and Atomic's so smart, brings it down. Oh, the time wasting.
Rolled is and Hawks are in the corner here. Now up against Illusion, Mist on the goal line will make the clear. 30 seconds left and Mist up against Rolled is 1v1, gets demolished from behind by Hawks there. What a play. Now trying to get it out. 25 seconds left. Back in up high, there's Mist with the long shot up to Atomic, the drop down help, but here's Illusion trying, he keeps this one in control for his team, but there won't be an immediate counterattack, and they keep it in the blue. Ghost does an excellent job. With 7 seconds left, it's all up to United. There's pass one, Rolled is up against Illusion, he gets the block. Hawkser will have control, but does he have the boost to make it work? Ajax now up and they kill it down. Ghost 3 up, 3 down. They got to work for it in game 3, but they get that win.
Real nice job here from Ghost to close that one out. They had the chance again. United back at 0 seconds to get that dribble play, but it was that catch. They won the challenge in the midfield. It popped forward onto, I think it was Rolled his hood, and he just didn't have the perfect command of the ball. It skipped off and went a little too far in front of him, and he couldn't turn in the chances. And that was the difference for me. The command of the ball when you got in those scenarios always favored Ghost. You saw Atomic, every time he got the ball, it was a dangerous shot towards the net. Only 1 goal for 4 shots here in game 3, but the one he turned in was command, and they executed just better than E United.
It was E United had so many good opportunities, and it was like even the goal where they tie it up, it's like there was at least 2 shots before that just should have been in, and the one shot that goes in is so desperately weird and ugly, and RNG helping them out there with the woodwork. So
a lot of half chances for E United, and they couldn't turn them in.
Yeah, absolutely. But they do drop to 1-1. Our World's teams, again, continue to lose here in week 2, so we'll see how it goes. Is there changing the guard? I don't know. It's all too early. We're making 2 bold predictions earlier. We'll keep on making them here. We got 1 more game here. Well, actually, we got 3 more games.
Yeah.
We're going to go to this next one. Cloud9 versus Rogue. Is Cloud9 washed? Are they good? We'll find out maybe in game 3.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is week 2 of North American League play, and Ghost Gaming is going to walk away with the victor on that one, and that's redemption for Gibbs and I being wrong before another match. So I'm leaving alongside Gibbs, and Achieves is now joining us at the desk here. How'd you see that one going? Exactly that way, or?
Yeah, I kind of figured that the mechanics were going to be the difference maker there, and I always have a lot of faith in Atomic to deliver in that department, and I think he absolutely did. So a great series for Atomic. United, they had a couple of great transition opportunities, but they were just never able to really get true control of the ball and make a lot of great opportunities with passes or outplays. It was just kind of chuck the ball down to the other side and see if you hang on.
And that's basically what happened here in game 1 for Ghost. Like, that should have never went in, and that's the one that, like, if you're going to battle back in the series, you got to win those types of games. Then game 2 and 3, it was all Atomic, just making plays. 5 assists, he scored 1 goal as well. Mist, the closer.
I was seriously talking about that. Like, Mist had a 180 score before that last second play, and then bam, he's got 320.
He's like, okay, I see you, Chiefs. I see you.
He has to love this, because that's what he wanted to do. He wants to move up. He wants to play the offensive side. And Atomic let that happen. Just a lot of great passes out to him.
And that was so smart from Aleutian as well, just manipulating the challenges in their favor. So overall, across the board in terms of execution, car control, approach, and that led to a win for Ghost. And good vengeance for them for last season's playoffs.
So with this style now, you saw Mist get upfield a lot more, getting on that offensive side, scoring some goals. Do you like this approach better? I mean, we always talk about Mist being that third man, but like, do you like him up on that offense a bit more?
Like, so that's what I want to see from Ghost. I need to see more offense. They've always been a defensive first team, and I feel like that works until you have to win that big game. When the nerves are there, then you mess up a couple of those plays, and you have no offense to come back in games, but here it looked pretty good.
Yeah, as for me, do I want Mist on offense more? No, actually.
Okay.
I like him as the third man. He works. You've got Aleutian and Atomic. Let him come in and be the hammer.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm going to actually ask him then, I think, because I think we have Mist on the line to talk about that game there. How you feeling with the play style?
Definitely better, yeah. We played how we wanted to this time.
Are you feeling like you're getting up a lot more? Because you mentioned, we talked about last week when I talked to you on an interview there, you mentioned you wanted to get up more, but you still felt like you're kind of playing back as that third man. Chief just said he likes to see you there. You feeling like you're a little more comfortable in getting up on offense more now, or you still feel like you want up there more?
Yeah, it's definitely a change, but I actually like it. You know, I like being up front, like scoring, but I can still like do both. Whatever like my team wants, I could adjust whenever.
No, that's true. I mean, that's a true team player right there. You got to do what the team knows they need to do to get success. You guys just got success. Did you think United would kind of roll over that easy for you guys, or do you think it'd be a lot closer of a match?
I thought it would be closer, but we just played like a lot better and we controlled the pace a lot. I barely felt that we were on defense, so it was really easy for us.
And just for you guys, confidence levels, you guys are doing really good in the Astro tourneys. Do you guys think you're one of the best in North America right now?
I do. I mean, I'm not going to call anything really early, but I do think we're a contender for like top 4.
So who would be able to stop you? Who's going to get in your way?
I guess NRG, but I'm not really that scared of them anymore.
Okay, that's actually perfect, because I was going to ask you, we did some bold predictions if you didn't see them. Gibbs thought that NRG is going to be out of the 2. That was his bold prediction. Do you agree with him on that, or is NRG still that powerhouse that's like, nah, guaranteed top 2?
I don't agree like fully, but I still think it's like kind of possible. These new teams are getting a lot better.
You're supposed to just say, Gibbs, you're wrong. That was the right answer. Anyways, congratulations on the win, and keep it up. Keep being a good team player, and look forward to see you playing some more, Mist.
Thank you.
Yeah, I pulled in the Chiefs. You're on the desk.
I get it.
Throwing things.
I get it. You throw the pins, they go wherever you need them. It's okay.
Why would Mist say I'm wrong? I said Ghost would beat United, and that's exactly what happened. Mist gets up the field. This is great. It's great for Ghost.
And he made a great point. He's like, I will do whatever the team needs. And mostly it's sit back and if you get the chance to cherry pick, go do it. You're doing great at it. But as far as I'm concerned, you look great in the backfield.
Speaking of looking great, let's take a check-in on our nominees for Player of the Day for North America here. We've just seen some good Rocket League in general going on right now.
But huge upset for Shock and Sonics. It was wonderful to see that they played that well. So we have Shock up there, and then also we have Atomic because of the playmaking ability. It was just fantastic to see what he can do with the ball. That Game 2 goal where he traps it and turns it into a pass. He basically turned nothing into something, and that's what we want to see from him.
He was involved in every single goal of the day in that series for Ghost. So very well deserving in terms of being an opportunity set up, put away guy. He did fantastic this series and well deserved.
The hard one for me was like, I think it's clearly Shock should be one of those nominees, but it was like we even talked about Sathu.
Yeah, the redemption
up there too, because like as you said, there was the redemption. He also literally was just talking about on the desk. Sathu's got to step up if their team does good, and he steps up and team does good, but it almost just showcased how good Shock is.
He is that good, and that's like he just needs some support on that team, and Shock got that support, and they got a huge win, the biggest upset so far this season.
Chiefs, if you could see anybody else like knocking these two off the board in their future matches, is there anybody you think is probably going to pop off and knock into these two off, or do you think one of these two have secured that spot?
Well, we got to see Flight versus NRG.
That's true.
There's a lot of potential for the NRG offense to wake up and dominate that game. So that's initially my thoughts about who might be able to take these guys. But maybe the G2 Knights game as well. That has a lot of potential for a lot of fireworks there as well.
And I want to see Rogue Cloud9, first killer. We didn't see a lot of him last week. He can easily do it here.
Well, let's talk about that match then. That is our next match, Rogue versus Cloud9. First killer, again, not doing too much in his first week last week, but Cloud9 also not doing too much as a team. So it's true. Does Rogue have it more together at this point for the series?
So I think Cloud9 did a lot of things right, where they were trying to boost steal, they were trying to be on the offensive side. It's just every aspect of them on offense was incredibly flat. There was no creative opportunities. Then on the defensive side, they would give away possession right away. So I think the possession game of them being on the offense is good. They just got to figure out how to actually make that work afterwards. But on the other side for Rogue, I feel like they played G2, but G2 just played that series really well. Rogue couldn't do anything about it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think what it comes down to here is you're absolutely right. Cloud9 looked a little flat, but Rogue really didn't get much done last week. So as far as I'm concerned, it's going to come down to who is a quality player you can depend on, and I will take any of the three players on Cloud9 over any of the three players on Rogue.
Okay.
So, to me, this one's cut and dry. It's Cloud9's going to win.
So I would agree with you that I think Cloud9 will win, but we've been saying that for 2 seasons.
I know.
Now,
When does that brand household name fall away where we stop believing?
If they lose right here.
This is the final.
We're gone.
So is it? Who is it up to? There's one player you had to pick for Cloud9 that needs to perform today. I think I know the answer, but who would you put that weight on right now?
I'm going to say Torment, actually.
Oh, really?
I think his defensive game wasn't that great, but he's also not moving up. He's not confident moving up on this team. I want to see him get more involved.
Mine's Squishy. He's always the opportunity setup guy. I know we bash on Gimmick a lot.
Apparently I didn't know any of the responses.
Squishy's the guy that I need to be successful for Cloud9 to be successful.
And I think it's Gimmick. So, who's going to be right? We don't know. But join us online and let us know who's going to take this one. Is it going to be Rogue or is it going to be Cloud9? At RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9 is now time for our third match of the day with the Twins. Someone's got to change a suit, guys. Come on.
We're not changing suits, Turtle. We're here to match. We're the duo casting tandem here for Cloud9 and Rogue. And, the desk talked about it between Cloud9 not looking so hot through the last 2 seasons and coming into this season. Rogue also didn't have a great season last time. Now come into this week, have to take on Cloud9. And I think you actually had a pretty good metaphor. We were talking about it backstage before we came on about where Rogue is at versus where Cloud9 is coming from. It's kind of the meeting.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rogue have all the possibilities in the world right now. Meanwhile, Cloud9, they're looking at possibly snowballing all the way down, even maybe into the 10th spot, because I was confused. I saw eUnited just, come out super strong against Cloud9. I thought maybe, that was a sign that eUnited, really strong gameplay. We're starting to give them more respect. But then we just saw them get swept pretty much by Ghost, not looking too good. And that just devalidates even more of what Cloud9 had going for them.
Yeah, and it wasn't a very good series that we saw from Cloud9 last week against eUnited, only able to put up 3 goals that we saw through 3 games. And it felt like eUnited played extremely well, but Cloud9, similar problems that we saw from last season seem to be filtering into this season.
Right.
And I agree with what Achieve said. If they don't look good here in this game, then I think all bets are off for Cloud9 this season. Because like you said, they are picking up steam downhill at this point.
Exactly. And really, we have been doing this for so long, you know, Cloud9, oh, they're going to bounce back, but it's never happened.
And, you know, to be honest, when I look at all the teams in North American Rocket League or in RLCS, the Cloud9 would be a team that I'd choose to make the comeback and really turn things around. But right off the bat, Rogue pressuring is Wonder almost able to put that one in.
And one thing I loved about First Killer, while they didn't, you know, have the strongest series last weekend, First Killer seemed to be very confident in every challenge. He didn't seem to hesitate too much. If he was in position to go for the ball, he would without a doubt.
And so the first 30 seconds come and go. And Cloud9 putting on pressure now. Rogue with a couple early shots. And they're back down into the Cloud9 side. Cloud9 really trying to pick up that pace, that fluid movement downfield that we've seen so much from them through past seasons. And a big miss comes out on the defensive side, and it's Kronovi gets the first goal.
Leaf said it on the desk. The player he was looking for was Gimmick. And right now, you have to make some kind of a hit there, probably thinking somehow Crow was going to hit it more down into the bottom right corner, but the angle he got was honestly very different. I didn't even expect that myself. Gimmick, a hard read for him.
So First Killer gets the assist on that one, and Rogue in the lead first. And while we talked a lot about Cloud9, Rogue picking up First Killer, little shaky in their first week, but it hasn't really looked awful from Rogue. It just didn't look as good as maybe we expected with First Killer. So now trying to turn things around. There's First Killer with a shot and a save from Gimmick, and Cloud9 get out on their gold line.
Speak of the prodigy himself, First Killer already looking strong. Like I said, seeing him play with confidence as the rookie, didn't even play through Rival Series, a solid sign for Rogue.
Kronovi tried to play that one through the midfield. Squishy trying to receive it off the ceiling and puts it in to tie it up.
We have been waiting all season long, even last season, to see plays like this again from Squishy. And what a way to get the first goal started for Cloud9. Off the ceiling, he follows it up. Looking good.
Great way for Cloud9 to start off, at least with their first goal, and able to tie it up. Here's First Killer on the ball after the kickoff with no boost. And he'll have to give it up to Gimmick. Cloud9, there's a double commit. Squishy does backflip to bail out. Now Gimmick doesn't read that one, and neither does Squishy that well. He does get a touch on it in the end. Gimmick looking for Squishy downfield, is turned away by Wonder. Here's Gimmick through his own corner. And met by First Killer in the midfield. Gimmick still staying with this ball into the Rogue side. Gimmick put it across, and nobody's there for Cloud9. It was too sharp. And Wonder to play it downfield to Kronovi. Now the attack's on for Rogue. Gimmick's got to get back, and he does to make the clear for Cloud9. So a back and forth game. Gimmick trying to get some bumps on the Rogue side.
Lots of space.
Space for Wonder, pass one. It's all up to Wonder here. Can he get over Gimmick? It's a weak flick. And Cloud9 able to weather the storm for now. First Killer plays this one down. Wonder now on the shot. It's near post. Gimmick's forced to go up and push that one away. Now Squishy over to Torment. So Cloud9 breathe a sigh of relief after that shot.
But they're looking a little bit sluggish. Cloud9 getting outpaced even there. We see Wonder so fast to get to the ball, all these midfield challenges. And again, Wonder right in position, always beating out Cloud9, that defender that's challenging. Rogue so much faster on the ball.
And Rogue doing a good job of keeping the ball in the final third. Cloud9 trying to get that transition game going. And like you said, just a little sluggish to put it together. First Killer shot, it's just gonna go in, top shelf, nobody home for Cloud9.
And we're looking for the defender, the last man back. It was Squishy, needed a better clear, tried to avoid the challenge, and Torment, he's too slow. He couldn't find that rotation in time, and there's nobody home to stop that ball from going in.
So 1-goal lead now for Rogue as they look to pile on after the kickoff. And things are looking up for Rogue. They're certainly looking like the better team here so far. Cloud9 opportunity off the back wall. First Killer nicely read and is able to get back to it.
Poor hit.
Kronovi looks for the back wall. Met by Torment. Still pressing on as Rogue, and they're doing a good job of locking in Cloud9 right now. It's just these long clears from Cloud9 is really the only way they've been able to break out.
And that's what I was looking for, Cloud9, was getting in front of those clears, even from your own teammate.
Oh, no way. Wonder with the second touch. It was off target in the end.
You saw that space on the backboard as well. Cloud9, a little bit in shambles.
It's something the Des talked about, Cloud9 giving up a lot of space in very odd areas of the field. It feels like they can't keep up with the play, or there's just miscommunication. Gimmick and Squishy both missed the touch, so giving up to Rogue, and maybe one more for insurance if Rogue can convert. It's Torment who does make the save, and pass one. Can Torment do it himself? He's got Gimmick to the left, and Gimmick, the pass was too high. Gimmick did the best he could.
Good demo.
Demo does come out in the end, but Rogue in full control coming out. Kronovi. Time ticking down in game one. Kronovi with a second touch, can't find it. And very safe positioning there from Rogue. Wonder in the midfield line, and first killer all the way back by their net. They are just preventing Cloud9 from breaking out with 1 second left. Cloud9.
They got to keep it up.
They got to go the distance. And Squishy trying to keep this one up. It is a fortunate bounce for Cloud9. Gimmick, if he can get back to it, he can to keep it up, and he can't get the second touch, and it's Rogue getting game number one.
Not looking good for Cloud9, but on the opposite side, Rogue, I loved their speed. Wow. Every challenge was right in the face of Cloud9. There were very rare moments where we really saw that transition game that Cloud9's so, known for, was that explosive play from their defensive side where they can get a quick flick, a quick pass off, even the clears. But Rogue, they did a great job of getting in front of those passes and stopping everything that Cloud9 really had.
14 shots to 4 in favor of Rogue, and a lot of those came throughout game one.
I love the positioning right here, first killer. I mean, the way he got in front of the ball there and predicting the poor clear, because he saw the challenge come through. He knew that there was only one way Squishy could hit it to not get dunked. He put himself in the position there. Great play from a rookie.
So Rogue looking very good here in game number one, not only in the shot department, but it felt like they controlled a lot of the game. Now you get a little bit worried on the Cloud9 side. Is this a team that's going to start to crumble in this series where they didn't have any control? Yeah. Are they able to adapt a little bit here and figure out Rogue? They only lost by 1, but Rogue definitely could have scored a lot more goals.
Yeah, and even then, I only saw it maybe one time where Torment really was having a nice solid dribble out of the defensive area. The good transition game was there. But other than that, just real quiet play all the way through from Cloud9, and Squishy, he can't do every goal himself. That one goal that Cloud9 did get was off the ceiling.
And it does go to show the control that Rogue had. It didn't feel like Cloud9 had any passing plays either. We mentioned it in the middle of that game of just Cloud9 having to boot the ball down the field and hope for the best. See if Cloud9 can turn things around. There's a shot from Wonder, and it goes in from the corner, and the first 9 seconds go to Rogue.
Gimmick looking for some kind of clear. He has to hit it again away from the challenge. Rogue doing a great job of forcing these weird situations. Torment, another time, is too late to rotate in as that third man. The goal is wide open, and Cloud9 lose another one.
And Wonder's not a player we talk about too often, but he has the ability to hit these shots. We saw it when Rogue placed top 4 at Worlds. Wonder was a big part of that with the big clutch double taps.
Yeah.
Got a couple throughout that series, or throughout that run, and he can hit the shots when called upon. So Rogue in the lead once again, and a great save there from Wonder, and no follow-up from Cloud9. That was a dangerous ball from Rogue, and first killer so quick. A second touch is on target, and just like that, Rogue, the transition game, that's what first killer brings to this team. First killer can't get the ball, so he takes out the player. Crow doing a good job of just slowing down Cloud9, and you can see this ball just thrown away by Torment. Maybe he thought Gimmick was going to go up. Here's Squishy. Over to Torment. Dangerous ball going far side here. Cloud9 circling. Not a lot of boost to work with. And that ball thrown away to first killer. Boots it downfield for Rogue.
Trying to pay attention really to the positions of every single player on Cloud9, where they're going for passes, how they're looking and trying to utilize this field So far, it's been very tunnel vision. They're just looking forward, trying to hit it into the corner if they can. Like right there, First Killer, he'll take that possession right away from Cloud9. He says thank you for the ball, and just like that, they can transition out of their defensive half.
Opportunity here for Rogue as First Killer came flying in. Squishy gets a couple touches that bails out Cloud9. Now opportunity here for Cloud9 as Wonder makes a big stop as the last man on the goal line. Still pressing here, Squishy on the shot, turned away by First Killer. And Rogue to break out, no boost for Kronovi.
Crow.
Still does just fine for what he had. Wonder trying to drop it down to First Killer and almost able to if he just got the flick or the flip into the ball there and down. It might have been into the lap of First Killer. Gimmick. Now Torment, a good stop there on Kronovi. And everyone missing this ball now as it throws off the rest of the defense. Long clear comes out from First Killer. Here's Torment, pass one. Looking for that creative play from Cloud9, and it does come off the back wall, but easily turned away by First Killer and quickly down the field from Rogue. Cloud9 looking to put something together, and a couple errant passes now from Cloud9. You can see the idea is there, just the execution not coming through.
Yeah.
Now Kronovi down to Wonder. This one off the back wall, and now Squishy in a 1v1. He's got plenty of boost. One flick over, First Killer gonna get his second touch. Beautifully done by First Killer to clear that one away.
That was the only situation First Killer could really put himself in, was trying to get a double touch off the backboard on the defensive stop. Mechanics playing such a key role there for First Killer on defense, and he really isn't struggling at all so far this entire series.
And while it is just a one-goal game, it has felt very comfortable for Rogue with a minute and a half left, and First Killer just in the trenches here.
And fighting. They're so bunched up, Cloud9 all in the same position, so flat on defense. It's what's creating this weird stalemate where they can't get any passes out. They can't find each other to really transition. And as I say that, here's Gimmick to find a pass off Torment.
And this is the type of play that we want to see
there
from
we
Cloud9.
go.
Quickly downfield, that transition game. You can see Kronovi and First Killer just getting caught. It's so quick from Cloud9 downfield. That's the type of gameplay that gets Cloud9 World Championships.
Dug themselves out of a defensive hole. And hopefully, as we can progress, maybe that'll be a wake-up call for Cloud9.
They get their second goal of the series. Very low-scoring series so far. 3-2 in favor of Rogue through 2 games, essentially. Big clear here from First Killer. Cloud9. Now hunting.
Got space.
Squishy shot far side. Pass over to Gimmick. Puts it away for Cloud9, and they take a late lead.
Squishy. Look at the control. He analyzes the field, knows he has space, and then sees Gimmick for somebody who finds probably one of the most ridiculous angles so far of the series. A difficult read to get it around the defender on the left side. A great passing play from Cloud9, and now they take the lead in the series. Or in this game, excuse me.
Here's Wonder on the shot. Rogue now. Time not on their side as it was for most of this game, as they only had a 1-goal lead. And give credit to Cloud9 to not let Rogue just run away this game. There has been quite a bit of pressure.
And the speed so far as game 2 has gone on really increased and amped up for Cloud9.
So time at 15 seconds now for Rogue. First Killer. Throwing it downfield, it's over Torment, bailed out by Squishy. It might be the last try here for Rogue as Wonder gets past one. First Killer pops it up. He's got boost to work with here if he can get up back to the ball. It does go into the Cloud9 corner. Wonder pops it up, and Torment and Squishy there to knock it down. And Cloud9 take game 2.
A huge recovery for what is probably one of the most important series right now, I would say, for both these teams in this season right now, because neither of them have any momentum. This win here in this series can start, you know, that process and get that first step out of the way. And getting a win here is so crucial as well for Cloud9. They don't face a reverse sweep. And again, we take another look at this pass from Squishy. I love how he saw the field, saw the open space, and even there, he was so much faster to beat the defender in the midfield to open up the opportunity.
And a very even game in the end. Cloud9, it felt like they lost a bit of control halfway through that game, but then regained it once they got a goal.
Yeah.
And then the second one came through, and then it felt like Rogue really deflated here. So if you're on Rogue, Turtle, I mean, I don't think you're too angry about this game. It was winnable.
Yeah.
But Cloud9 definitely made a good comeback.
I think the weirdest thing was that initial goal from Cloud9 in that specific game. They were so bunched up, and I think that Rogue was kind of just, you know, relaxed. They were like, okay, we'll let them do whatever they want with the ball. They're not going to be any threatening whatsoever on our side. They're not going to have any great shots. But then they just turned it around. They just, with a flip of a switch, Cloud9 kind of bounced back. So I think Rogue, they got caught off guard a little bit, but now a little bit of a wake-up call. Maybe we can see them be a little bit more aggressive on that offensive side.
Yeah, like I said, I think there's a lot of good that came out from Rogue here in this game. It just felt like they let it slip away a little bit.
Yeah.
On the Cloud9 side, you got to score a little bit early. At least just get the control going a little bit early. Maybe not score, but it felt like they were playing from behind, number one, but they didn't really have much control in this game. They're lucky Rogue didn't run up the score. And on to game 3 here as Wonder and Rogue trying to push downfield. Rogue have scored the first goal in both games so far. Kronovi into the Cloud9 corner, and that's a miscue on the Cloud9 side. Opportunity now for Rogue. Wonder off the backboard. Kronovi's there. Shot turned away by Torment. It's still in First Killer's hands. And a big touch leads to a 50 that comes out to Wonder, and that attack will break down for Rogue. The Des talked about the creativity coming out from Cloud9, and we have seen a couple attempts at passing plays. And you mentioned it earlier in game 2, it's just the execution wasn't there. Rogue doing a great job of really making Cloud9 earn their clears. Here's Wonder. Tried to play it back down to First Killer, but it developed too slowly. Squishy.
Oh, what a dunk.
Was looking to drop it down to Torment.
And you can see, even in the midfield, Rogue, they're really the only ones right now pushing forward and placing themselves in an aggressive stance to really get in the face of Cloud9. Right there, we see it again. Crow, he's got an easy clear, so much space to keep going forward. Torment just a little bit late to get a challenge, and it seems like Rogue have all the possession.
Rogue back on offense here. This ball coming down into First Killer. Nicely read by Torment. Crow, that shot was wide, and now Gimmick on the dribble. Huge flick from the midfield. A great dunk here by First Killer. You can see the work that he's putting in.
Yeah.
Just to prevent Cloud9 from either breaking out or keeping on the attack.
And opening up opportunities. We just saw him there with a great challenge, a solid clear, and Crow had a chance to win a nice challenge. First Killer trying to be the catalyst of the team.
And he does a really good job of
that's it.
Opportunity as he puts it away. Hold that thought. First Killer with the first goal for Rogue.
Crow pops it up so we can get a great angle at clearing this ball just all the way across the field. First Killer, he's there. The communication was on point, and he's ready to receive that ball. Punishes Cloud9.
It's just a minor gap in the defense.
Yeah.
First Killer quick to the ball, but it was just outside of the Cloud9's defense.
And we're waiting for somebody from Cloud9 to put himself in that space and challenge the ball. It felt like nobody was even ready for the pass from Crow. Nobody predicted it.
And yet, Rogue able to score, and First Killer right there. So Squishy has options to his left, plays it over to Torment. Shot is just high. And again, the execution for Cloud9 not coming through. Huge opportunity for Cloud9 there. With 2 minutes left, still plenty of time. First Killer over to Kronovi. Kronovi couldn't get the touch. First Killer denied the boost from Squishy, but it actually left the passing lane if Squishy could get it over. Here's Wonder.
Good beat.
A little bit of time and space here as he catches up to it. Gimmick read it nicely. Rogue knocking on the door again. First Killer denied by Torment this time. And Squishy looking for that back wall. And nobody goes up for Rogue, and it's going to go off. It ping-pongs in the box. And in the end, Gimmick gets credit.
Oh, this is just the worst possible situation you can hope for. Nobody from Rogue was on the backboard to find a clear. Gimmick didn't even put it on net. Somebody from Rogue managed to hit it after challenging. That was so fast, I could barely even comprehend what actually happened for Rogue. You've just got to be feeling for them at this point.
It came off the post,
wow,
and off the back of a Rogue player, and then into the net.
And Crow, he was in position to maybe find a save if it was on target, but at that speed, there's no stopping it.
So Cloud9 able to tie it up once again pretty late here, a minute 30 into game 3 after giving up the initial goal. And Rogue looking now to answer. Don't want to let this one slip away if you're Rogue. Got to be 2 games in a row. As this ball floats to the midfield, here's Gimmick. Pops this one up with 5 boosts. Can't go. 2 from Rogue up for that one and takes it away downfield. First
Off
killer
the ceiling.
on the ceiling. He's got 40 boost and beautifully done there by Torment to quickly get up and deny anything coming off the ceiling there.
And the aggression from Gimmick, he got a demo in, stopping that instant counterattack as the third man rotates out. Cloud9 a little bit of relief here as they have some space to get the ball out and transition.
15 seconds left. Squishy plays this one off the corner. First killer there to clear it away. Cloud9 looking to have the last laugh here as it comes off the back wall. And a shot comes through and into the left corner, and with 4 seconds, Cloud9 take the lead.
Squishy off the challenge. Gimmick forces it off the backboard. Wonder, he didn't even flip his car in front of Squishy, almost just handing the ball off directly to Cloud9. Squishy takes advantage of that. And Rogue, now they trail by 1 goal, 4 seconds left.
Oh, off the kickoff. It pinched towards net, and Cloud9 gonna steal game 3 in the end. And they put Rogue on match point.
I am in disbelief right now. From both those goals from Cloud9, we saw the one earlier where it just bounced off. It seemed like everything possible in the game to go into the net of Rogue. And then right at the end there, Wonder just didn't want to challenge it for some reason. The ball got away from him, and Squishy, a huge dunk from him. Let's take another look at it. The final 10 seconds, look at Wonder. He doesn't even flip into the ball, just hands it off. And Squishy, he has to put himself in that situation. It's the last 10 seconds.
And Rogue just caught a little bit out of rotation as well. You could see first killer coming back around, and Kernovi and Wonder in a line there leaves the back post open just long enough. And a good shot there from Squishy to put it away.
And it's just split seconds like that, where as soon as the ball goes away from the front of your car and there's a little bit of an opening, a little angle for somebody from Cloud9 to find a shot, Wonder just let the ball just fly away from him. And now they're trailing.
And so now here's my problem with Rogue from what I've seen. Great, you have a lot of control, you slow the game down, you make Cloud9 play at your pace, but you've got to convert more chances because Cloud9 had a lot of chances in that game that they converted. Sure, there was a couple weak, or one of them was a pretty weak goal as it came off a post and off the back of a Rogue player, but Cloud9 generated a lot more chances, and it felt like Rogue had the opportunity to, but we're playing a little bit safe to not mess up and get counterattacked.
Definitely. The possession was all there for Rogue, and even the space. But so far, not that final pass, anybody moving or making a run even to go forward, a demo even. Looking for creativity. Now for both teams, Cloud9 squeeze away with the win there and take the lead of the series.
So Rogue have let 2 slip away from them. They've scored the first goal in every single game so far through all 3, and yet have lost 2. And they've led for a long time too. That's really the more of the point, is that they had the lead for quite a bit. Very late goals coming out. Wonder, the bumps on Torment.
One thing I will say though, Squishy, he's been strong this whole game, it feels like, at least at those clutch moments where he has to find a shot. Even in the first game, we saw him get that crazy solo play. Trying to be more of an impact and make a difference for Cloud9.
Here's Torment in the midfield, and 2 go from Cloud9. Here's Wonder, shot's just gonna be a little bit high. First killer was there, but couldn't find the ball. Kernovi trying to keep this one on for Rogue, but in the end, Torment clears it away. Here's First Killer. Into the Cloud9 corner. And First Killer still hunting this one. It is met by Wonder. Kronovi going for the bump on Squishy. Squishy was forced to jump. This ball is played across from Wonder. Nobody home from Rogue. This is exactly what I'm talking about with Rogue. They put the ball off the back wall quite a bit, but in the end now they get caught as Squishy tries to go downfield and play it across. Didn't get the pinch he wanted. There's a shot from Wonder. Gimmick's there to turn it away. A little bit weak from Wonder there, but a great opportunity.
Love the patience there from Torment. Taking it slower, waiting for that final clear to come out, and now the possession game kind of forced towards the other end on Rogue.
I see a lot of players on both teams with low boost and with no boost, and I'm looking at First Killer, and he finds the net, and he's been the one sucking up all the boost.
Another break in rotation, trying to see where Gimmick was going. A little bit caught out of boost in net. That starvation really coming into play there. Gimmick just forced to kind of run around looking for some kind of pads, maybe trying to take small ones, but even then, it didn't make a difference. Couldn't find the save.
First Killer's average boost level is 60 at the moment. The next closest is at 40 throughout this game. And he's been making use of it, getting the goal there, but a big miss from First Killer. Still makes the save. He is able to get back to it on the goal line. He missed the initial touch. Cloud9 still trying to figure something out here, as they thought for sure that was a goal.
Oh, Wonder, what a read off the backboard. Such a crucial hit. Now Crow has space. Torment's not in net. Where was the rotation? He turned the opposite way, and Torment just gets caught off guard on defense.
And now a 2-goal lead opens up for Rogue, and you can see Torment opt to not go for the ball there, and then tried to make the play on the turnaround, but First Killer's so quick.
I mean, you could just see the way he turned out to the right. Instead, like you said, Corelli, going for that initial hit right off the backboard. He hesitated just a tiny bit. Oh my goodness.
Look at the angle.
What? Off the backboard. I didn't even expect the shot to come out. First Killer, a difficult angle. He makes it work.
And a hat trick goes to First Killer here. As Rogue looking strong, quick goals back-to-back now in the span of 6 seconds. That's exactly what you want if you're Rogue, now converting on opportunity and looking to force a game 5. This ball just bouncing harmlessly back. Kronovi over to First Killer. First Killer making a play from the back wall. Minute and a half left, pass over to Gimmick. It's too far, Kronovi there to turn it away, and First Killer and Rogue to try and march downfield. It's stopped up by Squishy with no boost, down to Gimmick. Wonder had to make the save. He was the last man back and does so. And now First Killer doesn't find the flip perfectly, tried to get it again, and Cloud9 just watching him do this. Unfortunately for First Killer, he couldn't get the flip. And a second touch from First Killer almost in, and Cloud9 looking very slow on defense right now.
First Killer in the air, he's so threatening. We just saw an insane angle, and now going for multiple flip resets. Gimmick trying to get a follow there as well. Rogue, they are just so much more dominant in the air. Cloud9 seems so flat and grounded almost this whole game.
Torment trying to carry this one across. Gets the pinch. It's a little bit too far. Gimmick couldn't catch up to it, and instead just bounces off the ball. First Killer, still the last man back here as Squishy throws it up to Torment. The shot did come through, but stopped up by First Killer. Now it's just Gimmick back. Wonder and First Killer trying to make a play, and Wonder open over, and a 4-goal lead now for Rogue.
And it's just that final player on defense from Cloud9 who gets caught. This time it's Gimmick instead of Torment. He has to make a play, has to time the challenge, and he just doesn't find a proper moment to force himself at the ball. And Rogue, they take advantage of it yet again.
And a much better game here from Rogue. Not only do they create chances, but they convert them, and they get First Killer going, which I think is what you want.
Yeah.
You bring on a player like him.
I mean, that's what it's the purpose of First Killer really being on Rogue to add that star power, the factor, and just another one gets put in Crow. Their space. They're going to seal the deal here. In game number 4, we're going to game 5.
So game 5, as Rogue gets one more for the road here, and Cloud9 held scoreless in this game. That does not bode well for them going into this next match.
And like I said, it's really that last man back. I think Rogue, there was a few situations, even Wonder, I think back a couple minutes ago, he was forced in a 1v2 situation. He made the right call, the right decision. But on the other end, when Cloud9 is forced in that last man back, where they're facing, maybe a couple of passes or somewhere where they need to force the challenge through, it's just hesitation. We saw it from Torment, and then again from Gimmick when they're alone on defense.
And 12 shots coming out from Rogue here. They put up 14 in their first game. Cloud9 only able to put up 4. And you can see the last goal here from Kronovi. Good for him to actually get under that ball and keep it up, put it top shelf, but in the end, doesn't really matter. Now Rogue really do need to focus on this next game, as Cloud9 also need to focus and try and bounce back as they take a thrashing in game 4.
I mean, what were you were asking for execution to come through finally from Rogue, and it definitely happened there. First kill, like you said, popped off that game. I thought it was so much better. Rogue, it didn't even feel like a difference. The score lines is dramatically different for Rogue, but it doesn't feel that difference in terms of possession, if you know what I'm talking about, because it feels like while they have all the passes, they're finally finishing these shots, and this might have and should have been the outcome for all the other ones in the series.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that while the game didn't really look that much different from previous games, especially ones that Rogue had won in this series, it's the execution. Things were coming through. They were just converting on their chances. We knew that they had chances throughout this game.
Exactly.
And they were able to put it away. But it's the execution on the Cloud9 side as well. The creativity on offense really didn't see too much of it. And maybe that's to credit to Rogue, doing a good job of controlling the midfield and not letting Cloud9 on their transition game.
First Killer, we see him already being aggressive at the start of game 5 here. He's feeling good. First Killer, as the rookie, he's got a lot of pressure put on him to really show up, add the star power, and he's definitely making his mark right now in RLCS.
He looked good last game, put up 3 goals himself. Let's see if Cloud9 can put something together. It's Gimmick looking for that back wall. Wonder clears it up and away, but it was light, so it come out to Squishy with no boost. He can't make much of a play. Here's Torment met by First Killer on top of the box. Wonder met by Gimmick. And here comes Rogue. Kronovi trying to shepherd this one back to First Killer, but it's read nicely by Squishy. Shot from Gimmick just bounces over the net. A dangerous angle.
Good speed.
Good speed, but with no boost to follow up, makes it tough for Gimmick to do anything else. And again, Rogue doing such a good job of just blocking Cloud9.
Yeah.
I mean, Rogue doesn't really get the possession back, but they block Cloud9 from setting up whatever they were trying to do. And here's opportunity. First Killer tried to put the shot on, but instead ran into Squishy.
You can see the panic from Cloud9. Forced the double commit like right there. It's the second one. We just saw one 5 seconds ago about. And Cloud9, they're just forced in these hard spots and situations on defense, like you said, Corelli, from getting blocked out by Rogue.
And I do like, it's pretty interesting to see what First Killer's doing when he approaches the corner on his opposition side. He likes to push it up and over the net, and instead of using his boost to chase after it, he tries to get a player. He tries to demo him or punch someone out of the way, just to open up space for Kronovi or Wonder to put something on target. Cloud9 really can't put too much together right now. It feels like Rogue extremely fast on defense at the moment. Definitely controlling the boost.
And yet we're still scoreless here in game 5. Could be a repeat. We saw earlier possession comes out from Rogue, and yet we're waiting for the execution. Crow might have it here, a good block, but First Killer's got to follow. Gimmick, what a save.
Wonder, another chance for Wonder to put it on target, and Squishy makes the save. It's still coming from Kronovi as he puts it into the corner and bounces it across. Rogue smells blood in the water. They just got to put it away. That one's up high over the crossbar as well. And the play slowly breaking down here.
And the shooting accuracy, there's 9 shots already for Rogue and 2 for Cloud9. And yet we're scoreless here in Game 5.
And Cloud9 do have 8 saves, so they are blocking a lot of these. It's not really poor shots coming out from Rogue, but also good defense from Cloud9. And that was the rally you feel like for Rogue that could have given them the lead. Here's first killer, a little bit of space, but with no boost. Gets tackled by Torment. Now Gimmick, that ball just blasted off the ceiling and no one from Cloud9 to follow up. Wonder tried to pick it up into an air dribble. Here's Gimmick, or excuse me, first killer. Played over to Kronovi, looking for a second touch off the Cloud9 corner, and Gimmick to play it away from Cloud9. Gets the demo, and the flick over the last defender. One more follow-up for Torment, puts it home for Cloud9.
Gimmick putting Cloud9 on his shoulders. He gets the first flick, the demo, and then over the last player. Setting up Torment, finally in position. Cloud9, all they needed was that one opportunity. Everything from Rogue now in shambles.
And on the 5th shot, Cloud9 get their goal, and a minute left now for Rogue. And it'd be very frustrating to drop this game and the series after the chances they've had.
Under a minute.
Here's Squishy, and again, met by Rogue and Wonder. Here's Crow, fakes past one, and puts it home for Rogue, a tie game!
The patience from Kronovi. Look at this play. He slows it down and then delays his flick. That was so crucial. The decision-making coming out from Kronovi right there just displays the veteran skill. There's only a minute left, and he puts one in off of an insane delayed flick shot.
The intensity of this game just tripled. Wonder, with no boost, has to give it up. Opportunity for Squishy in the open field into the air dribble. Lets it go as he gets the bump on the last defender. Now space for Kronovi. Plays it over to Wonder. Gimmick trying to slow things down, and he does for Cloud9.
Good speed.
And now Kronovi looking for a second touch. He's twisting and turning, trying to drop it down. The Gimmick does a good job to slow that one up.
5 seconds.
Wonder. Opportunity for Rogue, but maybe not. It might be Cloud9.
No way.
1 second left. The pass over to Gimmick. Shot off the backboard. One more follow-up for Cloud9. Shot saved away from Kronovi. We got overtime.
1 goal. Which team will start to build momentum here in RLCS? Waiting for their first win. Cloud9 trying to get back on top. Meanwhile, Rogue looking to build some kind of a dynasty and start something with first killer here.
Somebody's got to go home a winner here, and Kronovi trying to make that for Rogue. Looking for the pinch. The first 30 seconds come and gone here in overtime. A good block there from Kronovi. Wonder waiting patiently to see what's going to happen.
Oh, it's a big miss.
Tries to get the flick and doesn't get it. First killer to the midfield. Followed up from Kronovi. Rogue trying to put something together, looking for that back wall. First killer was on the far side as he rotates back. He comes up into the midfield, and great support from Rogue as well. The first challenge and then the follow-up to get the clear. Nicely done from first killer to make Torment backtrack. There's the demo, but Kronovi to slow things down. This ball played out to Gimmick. It's up to Wonder to make the save. It's first killer. It comes from the other side, but Cloud9 still hunting Torment though. Ran out of boost.
And with that miss from Torment, now they can't even keep possession. It seems like all that momentum they were building so far here in the overtime just thrown out the window.
Here's Squishy into the air dribble himself. He gets 2 to go in Crow and first killer. Now Wonder, big clear comes out of him to relieve this pressure as he tries to chase it himself. Squishy wanted to take a touch. Kronovi, can he get another one down? First killer goes over his head. He's got to let it go. And everyone missing there as 2 from Cloud9. Can't get the touch. In the end, it's Gimmick to put it off the Rogue back wall. Here's Wonder. Really just lobs it towards the Cloud9 side. 2 minutes now into overtime. couple demos come out, one for each side. Here's Wonder. Another long clear for Rogue. First killer to slow this up. Now Gimmick, no boost. This ball floats.
Oh, he's got space.
Corner. Kronovi.
Bro.
Can he do it himself? He can for Rogue past the last defender. 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Game 5 win for Rogue.
Crow basically repeating what Gimmick just did to them. Takes it from the defensive side, the dribble, the flick over one of the defenders, and an open net to shoot at Kronovi. A stellar performance, to say the least, from him in Game 5. Both of the goals coming out from Crow. And we look back again at that decision, the patient play. Under a minute left, he finds the back of the net, and then again in overtime, he takes it himself. What a victory for Rogue.
And I think Rogue's going to be very happy to win that game after they let a couple games slip. Then they blow out Cloud9 in Game 4, and then a very tight overtime there where it felt like they should have won it in regular time when they had that volley of 6 or 7 shots, it felt like. Cloud9, give credit to them. Great defense on that play. But in the end, Rogue, I think, happy to walk away with a win.
I mean, I had such a bad feeling for Rogue whenever all the possession was out for them, because I thought that what was going to happen was exactly basically what did Gimmick. Just one counterattack, that's all it took in Game 5, and they got the lead. But then Crow, the clutch factor here in Game 5, he just turned into a monster of a player. Something got into him, and he really catapulted Rogue into their first victory here.
And for Rogue, at least in the games that they won, 14 shots in Game 1, 12 shots in Game 4, 15 shots in Game 5. So a lot of shots coming out from Rogue, and that's great. That means you have pressure, but you've got to convert. They do it here in overtime, and they take down Cloud9 in a bloody 5 games. So for them, they get their first win, and for Cloud9, you start to wonder what's going to happen with this team. But you might be wondering what's going to happen after this match. Well, we've got more NA RLCS coming up. It's going to be Flight taking on NRG. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feeling strange, I could be another. All the reasons why we went separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company. Keeping you captive with Billy James.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it.
We're night and day. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake.
As faith in Cloud9 starts to waver across the board, Rogue takes advantage, but they do it in a Game 5, a nail-biter of a series. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf alongside Gibbs and Wavepunk joining me on the desk now. That, again, everyone's thinking Cloud9, but it's not happening.
Who's everyone? Who's thinking Cloud9's one?
Right now, I'm thinking first kill. Yes, I did pick Cloud9.
Why?
I did.
They looked so bad last week.
I mean, Rogue didn't look much better. To be fair.
And Cloud9 did look better than last week. There was
Yeah.
there was a few games there where, man, they were
Near the
scoring
end.
some good goals, got
Yeah.
some infield passes. Gimmick actually kind of lit up. But you guys said it on the desk, like, who needs to step up? And it was like, literally anybody. Anybody step up and play good, and maybe this team has a chance. Gimmick stepped up at one point, but then they just couldn't bring it together.
First killer. Beautiful performance
so
from him.
good.
We talk about the positional game from Cloud9 where the Rogue players are getting in the face and they give up the ball to Rogue. Well, anytime First Killer had a chance on the defensive side, he would control the ball and get the clear. He would turn defense into offense every time. 5 goals for him, 2 assists. But at the end of the day, Kronovi, old reliable, with that Game 5 by himself, pulls it out. Cloud9 did play well. Their defense played exceptional in Game 5,
Well,
but it
especially how
wasn't
many
enough.
shots in like a minute, like 9 almost.
I know, but it just wasn't enough. And all 3 players on Rogue played really well. Wonder played great as well.
Crow put the team on his back as the series went on and on, especially in that Game 5. I think he got the tying goal as well as the overtime winner. And this goal in Game 4 as well. They absolutely blasted them in Game 4, which usually when we see one team kind of go up one side, usually the next game is pretty close. That's what we got here. But outscoring them by 5 goals. It was all that Game 4.
Yep, 17% shooting for Cloud9. The offense, it was getting there at times, but I do still feel like Torment. There was a couple plays where I'm just like, what are you doing? That Game 5 overtime, he will go for a challenge pointlessly, and he was not even close to the ball. There was a couple others where he didn't have enough boost going up in the air. Was a little bit ugly from Torment.
So Gibbs, just before we move on, is this now the moment where you're going to start changing your mind when it comes to predictions with Cloud9 involved?
I think so. I think it has to be. Rogue, huge win for them, and I think they're looking better. But Cloud9, I can't trust them anymore.
If they don't improve, they disband at the end of the season easily.
Yeah.
Like
everyone gone. Just lose their spot and
it's
everything.
just gone.
It's just they disappear.
I don't know about
Actually. Anyways, let's move on to our next match and talk about a team that we can rely on, and it's NRG. And they're going to be playing against Flight, a team that we've not seen too much of. Right, we know the players, we've seen them before, but this is their debut now into the RLCS, especially for a player like Rapid. They had the first week looking decent, pretty good, but they're up against NRG now. These guys are juggernauts.
The problem with NRG lately seems like a little bit complacent, where
no one's challenging us. We're too good.
Well, like they even said their scrims aren't really going that well. When they play in the Astro tournaments, they haven't looked amazing. And I think it's just you win a world championship and then you kind of get a little bit complacent. The only team to finish top 2 in league play after winning the world championship, the Great Dignitas Dynasty, the 2 times that they won. Every other team has dropped out of the top 2. So Energy has to find a way to battle that. They obviously won it all. They did what they needed to do, but now you need to do it again.
Yeah, you do have to, when you have nothing kind of like, you've achieved everything you want to achieve.
Yeah, where's the motivation
Finding the
now,
motivation
right?
to keep going. It's even if you are motivated, like Garrett talks about, like he doesn't play any other video games because he's like, I can't like take any time off from Rocket League. I still feel like even now that he doesn't have that tweet sitting there about gotta hoist that trophy, right? It's like there's a little bit less motivation. So digging deep to like be able to keep that consistency is so important.
Well, that's something I was questioning too. When I think it was James that was saying that he's like, well, they're unleashed now, and forgive me if that's not who said it, but they're unleashed now. There's nothing that can stop them because there's no weight on their shoulders. But I do believe that maybe it's that complacency factor.
Well, and now you're playing from ahead. It's so much harder to it's so much easier in a race to like try and catch up to the guy in front of you versus like trying to keep him off from when you are in the lead and they're in your rearview mirror there. But also moving over to talk about Flight.
How do they take advantage?
I think Flight is in a very serious situation here where like they started off their season so poorly, the brutally reverse swept as your welcome to the RLCS. Like that is so rough.
I need to see Memory do more. He was involved on the offensive side, but he only had 3 assists and no goals. I need to see him work with those other two to create some great offense there. On that
well, we're going to see if NRG is going to be the old reliable force or if Flight's going to take advantage of so-called complacency. Let us know how you think this match 4 is going to go on Twitter at eSports, hashtag RLCS9. But it's now time to head over to the commentator box with Jorby and JamesBot.
For the start of NRG's season, they get the 2 new teams. First it was Sonics, now next up is Flight. Sonics took them to 5 games last week, and we saw them to start the day against Space Station. They won. So Sonics showing they weren't more than just a 5-game loss against NRG. Can Flight prove the same?
That's the question right now. Memory, he's still looking for his first goal of the season. Rapid and Seabass, however, averaging 0.8 goals per game. And if you watch, Seabass was just spectacular last week. He really was someone who could really bring the offensive firepower. But NRG, will we start seeing some of the defensive plays that they are known for? Will they start to clean things up? Gibbs said they looked a little sloppy last week, but still they find ways to win. This is going to be a good matchup, Jorby.
Yeah, I agree. And this is a real litmus test for Flight. People came out of last week feeling, okay, Flight, they look pretty good. I'm excited to see more of them. I think you hit the nail on the head with Seabass. I think he's really the key for this team. If Seabass is firing on all cylinders, they might have a chance here against NRG if what Gibbs said is correct, and maybe they're getting a little complacent after winning a world championship.
And also, Jorby, I don't know if you were watching the pre-show this morning, but Leaf made the bold prediction of Rapid hitting a Rapid reset.
Well, I mean,
now's the time if we'll find out if that's true or not.
He went for a couple of them last week.
Yeah, but he wasn't hitting them.
He's going to win by volume. He's going to win by volume alone. He's got, what, 8, 9 weeks
Eventually,
to hit them?
he'll get it. But against NRG, this is going to be the toughest matchup really for any team all season, the defending world champions. Especially when you have players like Justin who are so good online and now even have that LAN title. It's an uphill battle for Flight.
And you heard Gibbs talk about it on the desk with NRG. Here's Justin, but nothing there. Memory takes it away. Where they aren't feeling too good in scrims, but you know, scrims are only about half a story of a team in their journey in the RLCS. And for Justin, comes right back down, and that is the Justin we know and love. Beautifully executed.
Just take a moment to enjoy this. He gets the pop, gets the flip reset, wave dashes, and then shoots it top corner.
You couldn't. What do you
do?
It is literally perfectly executed. Have fun watching that go into the net.
Flight just has to lay down and take it.
Tip your cap. Vintage Justin.
Nasty.
Garrett tried to find that touch. Memory takes it away. Justin already back in the corner. NRG looking for a way out of the orange half. Justin over. He's got Garrett on the wing. Garrett wins it clean. But there will be no follow-up for Turbo, securing the boost. And Turbo, who's been playing in Dominus a lot, actually in the Octane, Garrett shot just off the crossbar, and the roll in for Turbo. 2-0 NRG.
And Garrett rocking the Fennec, getting this one hit hard off the backboard. Didn't have enough to go for the double tap, but did get it right out to Turbo with an easy cleanup. Just a minute in, we already have 2 goals for NRG. One was that nutty goal from Justin. A hot start for NRG.
Seabass. Again, something started on the kickoff for Flight, who have just gotten stuffed in the first minute of this game. Rapid trying to cut off the angle. This is really good from NRG so far. Cutting off that angle is Turbo. find from across midfield for it. But this is NRG's ball right now. Flight, they're trying to grab this ball away from NRG, but their touches are just going right back into an NRG car.
Quality challenge from Rapid slows down the NRG breakout, however. Memory's going to be able to get a boost steal and a bump on Garrett.
Ooh, nice redirect and blocked. Good job by Rapid up on the line.
Well done by Turbo and Justin to break out and start putting the pressure on. If they lose that 50-50 after Garrett got bumped, it would have been a bad situation. But NRG's so good no matter who's upfield. They keep that possession and they're so fast to the ball.
Ooh, good challenge from Memory. Stopping that play from Justin. NRG are really fast on these passes right now. Rapid wins cleanly and almost finds the double tap, but Seabass can't make it happen. I thought for sure.
It was a good effort. It was a good effort from Rapid to get that second touch. We're starting to see some life out of Flight as we just hit the halfway point of the game.
Yeah, Flight have definitely stabilized. There are still some dangerous transitions from NRG so far, but this is good here for Flight. Garrett too fast on the ball. Seabass forced back. He makes a good touch over to Memory. Rapid almost first to that ball, but Garrett right on top of it. Memory was space, Seabass ran into Memory on the play. Rapid buying time for both Rapid and Memory and trying to find a clear pass midfield. But nothing right now. NRG have done a great job playing defense away from their own ends. Good lockdown in midfield.
Quality patience. You can even tell the communication is there. The ball was rolling back to the half, and all three of them kind of just waited and decided slowly, who was going to take it because they had so much space and time. NRG comfortably in control.
And some of these touches for Flight, as Turbo gets up for this next play, they do find themselves on offense now, but they are looking for each other. It's just those angles. NRG, their field awareness is a little bit better than Flight's right now.
And it's just a speed difference as well. Speed and positioning. NRG so good at conserving their boost, attacking quickly when they have to, beating players to the ball, breaking out of their own half. They haven't really been challenged too much by Flight so far.
Yeah, Seabass having trouble breaking out. And that next touch just makes things awkward for Flight. Memory has to attempt to clear this out. He needed a dunk to get Flight on offense, but instead every touch is a fight. Turbo rolling around the corner. Seabass now off the back wall shot potentially. Garrett's already on top of it. NRG a comfortable 2-goal lead with less than a minute remaining. Justin a good touch out to the corner.
That denied the backboard read. It was a double tap attempt. Broken up. Garrett has been in net a few times. That last play jumping in front of the shot after the setup, and now we've seen a couple plays like this from NRG and they convert 3-0. They are taking it to Flight in game one.
Yeah, they caught Flight on the return back. Memory has to get turned around and try to find a read, but by the time he does get turned around, the ball already has bounced off the backboard, and it's a score again for NRG.
It shows how comfortable NRG is playing in this game. They've had people up in front of net in that deflection position, and they've hit that deflection shot a couple times. Now this one they converted to a goal. The last one got blocked.
I mean, it's those touches right there that just make a push downfield difficult for Flight. Just a little stop. You've already used so much of your boost to try to get a play set up, and now you have to try to force the ball from a standstill again. That's the one time it feels like NRG have missed the cutoff on the pass, and it comes in garbage time for Flight in game one. So NRG will take a comfortable game one victory and look much more like the world champs we know them to be.
Comfortable, I think, is the best way to put it, Jorby. And you can even see Garrett rocking the Statesman banner.
I love that.
And if you're not sure what that is in reference to, you should go Google that interview or that content piece with Garrett and Turbo. It was an American citizenship test. It was right when Turbo had joined NRG and come over to the U.S., and they did a little citizenship test at Beyond the Summit, an homage to that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you Google Garrett G, 51 states.
Yeah, you'll find it.
Yeah, something like that.
It's great that he's embracing it.
I agree. You agree and amplify. That's what I've been taught.
And I agree with you, Jorby. The NRG just comfortably smacked Flight around this game. Not many chances for Flight. They did get a few opportunities, but for the most part, someone from NRG was there to jump into the shooting lane. Garrett was in the net one time. Even at the end, near the end of the game, Justin breaking up the shot. Flight didn't really have many opportunities at all.
Yeah, no, not really. And I mean, after those first 2 goals, when they did stabilize, it was those little touches from NRG in midfield. It wasn't that Flight weren't looking for passes, they were. It's just that NRG had complete dominance on the pitch, and you're not going to find those passes when they're cutting off the play like that. So, I mean, they just look outclassed right now.
It's true. And for Flight, how are they going to bounce back? They're going to have to get control of that boost and start attacking NRG and contesting more of these balls, because they have just not been getting to the 50-50s in time. Pretty much every ball, even in Flight's half, it seems like NRG's the first one to it, getting that touch that puts Flight in an awkward defensive position.
It starts on an awkward ball here in midfield. Taken away by Turbo. Turbo also got a bump, but Memory got to the ball in time. Even that touch by Seabass, Turbo will patiently wait. Rapid's there, but he loses the challenge to Justin. And it's Flight having to fight from their own back wall constantly. The first 30 seconds. Cut off here, Memory gets chipped. Dangerous positioning for Flight. They do get back into spot. Rapid will try to move down the pitch, but Turbo's there in midfield, and NRG retained possession with Justin. Just misses the ball. Garrett G has space. Seabass closed the distance.
This could be an opportunity for Flight after that rare miss from Justin in the middle. You could see Garrett kind of positioning himself like he was going to hit that, but then left it for Turbo. Smart plays out of NRG, not panicking, and now looking to break out.
Too long of a ball, but it's Turbo's. Looking for something in the corner. Rapid keeping control, using everything he has. Had a reset available, but just not high enough in the air to really do anything with it.
So we've seen possession now from Flight on NRG, taking too much time. Rapid gets demoed there. We'll see if Flight can start getting some shooting chances. They've had a little bit of possession, but they haven't been able to get much of a testing shot on net for NRG.
Start from the corner again. Seabass, who was so good for Flight last week, he's been shut down completely so far. Flight yet to find a goal. Justin makes that really awkward. Seabass has the save for now, but NRG continue to press. Garrett passed one. Seabass will have to roll around the corner. He has space, but no boost. Tried to win that 50. He approached it probably the best that he could have, just couldn't time his flip. Love the patience from Justin on that play. Forces the 50, you force boost out of Rapid. You maintain possession in midfield. They do lose that midfield boost to Seabass. We'll see if that does anything for Flight, but they can't win any of these touches. Justin, does he have a shot? No. Garrett now has to wait for Memory coming off the backboard. Now Memory on the carry, but is this going to go anywhere for Flight?
Justin at the midfield, he's too speedy. Keeps breaking up those plays. You see Flight jumping to the ball, but Justin just getting there first, shutting down any opportunities. We've seen Flight stuck in this back corner for quite a bit of time.
And now having to get up to make this touch happen is Rapid. Back over to Memory, but that's kind of a give to Garrett G. Around the corner, another read for Garrett. Turbo immediately in Flight's face. You feel like a shot's about to come here for NRG. They have controlled the pitch. They're just looking for that goal. Justin flip reset, and he can't.
He was going for a double there. Yeah. I was talking to Sis. Sis was telling me about how Justin has been working on those double flip reset shots. Can't wait to see him hit one of those in regulation.
It's crazy to me that Justin is like, all right, how do I get better? I don't know, just hit multiple flip resets.
And in an RLCS game where the pace is so much different, you know, if you're sitting there and you're playing unranked, it's a lot easier because you have all the time in the world. But in the RLCS, players are so fast. They give you no time at all. So to be able to pull off a maneuver like that at this level, spectacular, but he came up just short. However, you can tell the fact that he's going for it right now, they are feeling it, especially Justin. But they, you know, this is still tied 0-0. Flight could get this counterattack goal.
That's what I was going to say. He's going for double flip resets because everything else they've tried, they haven't been able to break through. Yes, they've controlled the pitch, and they're finding each other in space, but when it comes to getting the shot, Justin, nothing to Garrett. Turbo turns it away. 45 seconds left still. Just nothing here for either NRG or Flight. Justin's up for this. He has a look, but it's high. Garrett, follow up. Then it's blocked by Memory. Turbo muscles his way through. Flex your guns. Goal for NRG.
And Turbo's a buff guy. I wouldn't want to get in his way. Ball on the goal line. Look at him. Through 2 defenders.
Woo, that's in an octane, too. Just stick it all up. Usually you just see people flip their Dominus long ways.
He was the octane equivalent of the Juggernaut right there. No slowing down his momentum.
The longer he drives, the stronger he gets.
And once he leaves his wheels.
It took him 4.5 minutes. But Flight, they just haven't been able to get anything going. I don't think offensive
One shot.
Yeah.
One shot, Jarby.
Nothing. Pitch downfield for Seabass. It's over 1 on NRG. Rapid shot immediately blocked by Justin. Garrett will let that fall off the back wall. Turbo will kill it. And NRG, another. I know it was 1-0, but I didn't feel any threat from Flight at all.
NRG's playing like they got dinner reservations right now.
They're playing like world champions.
They are. Flight can't handle the speed at the moment. Seabass, who we were talking about, the offensive player for Flight, stuck making saves. 5 saves for him. Just a single shot coming out of Rapid. NRG had a chokehold on Flight all game long.
These are the only types of goals Turbo wants to score. It just just the little turtle in net. If I have to run into 4 cars to make a goal happen, that's the Turbo way. I mean, this just
look at that. Yeah, Memory and Rapid. What do you do? What do you do? You sit there and watch.
You know, get scored on.
The whole tone of this series was set after Justin hit that flip reset wave dash punch to the top corner.
Yeah.
NRG comes out swinging. They followed up game 2 with just a smothering possession game, and they get the 1 goal near the end. It was close in terms of scoreline, but not really in terms of possession. Flight, however, they had an opportunity. If they get one counterattack opportunity where they put it in, they're right back into it. But now it's an uphill battle.
Every time they had a counterattack opportunity, they'd either give the ball away or they wouldn't have enough boost to do anything with it. They were forced.
Yes, they were struggling with boost quite a bit.
Yeah,
multiple times when I was switching through the players, they were at 0 boost.
Yeah,
incredibly low boost.
I mean, that just goes to show you that's why NRG don't have to be fast flying passes all over the place. You know, the mark of a great team, especially a world champion nowadays, one that can control the pitch and are excellent at boost management. Garrett G, one of the best in the world at boost management as well. And we're seeing just, it's good execution. It's wonderfully executed Rocket League by NRG.
NRG, they've been completely, even in that last game, completely dominating their own back boosts and almost taking Flight's boost, at least 25 to 30% of the time. And now finally Flight get on the board.
Yeah, this touch here from Rapid booms it downfield. Memory was already ready for it. Garrett, no chance at it. Absolutely.
Wonderful shot, crossbar down. Garrett had to pre-jump, but Memory gets his first goal of the season with that, and it was a beauty.
And it's Flight's first goal of the series. So now maybe with 1 goal up, we saw what happened with E United. They woke up a little bit after their first goal, going down 2 games in the series. They weren't able to cap anything off. Maybe Flight can get back into the series a little bit, but NRG looked very dominant. It'll be difficult. Turbo puts in another one for NRG.
Garrett getting the assist, putting that off the corner. You saw Memory opted to go for the boost there. He must have been on 0 boost. Turbo ready and waiting in the middle. Ball bounced perfectly out to him, and we're all tied up.
It's a dump downfield for Flight. High ball, Seabass is there. No read there off the backboard for NRG, but it's still Justin's ball. Caught off in midfield by Seabass. He uses everything to try to get a challenge on Justin, but Justin catches it off the ceiling, almost gets the dunk. Rapid trying to clear it out. Garrett taking his time, knew he had the space.
Game of inches. There's Justin and Seabass were both up there boosting, trying to get to the ball first. Justin so quick in the air. Got the better of Seabass in that confrontation.
And a great carry by Turbo as well, confirming his own boost on top of it. And possession. Demo maybe opens this up, but Turbo had to come up pretty far from his own third. Another demo.
Lovely hustle, however, from Rapid. Rapid did get demoed, but he got to the ball first and got that clear, which relieved a lot of pressure for Flight. But will it be enough?
Good pop from Justin on the attempted fake. Turbo linking for Garrett, and Garrett almost finds it, but blocked by Seabass. Justin trying to keep it going. This game has sped up a little bit in game 3. Garrett trying to find Justin, but now it's Flight starting to cut off some of these passing attempts. Garrett finds it cleanly in midfield. Seabass and Rapid combined to boom it downfield. Already up for it was Memory. His shot blocked by Justin. That one coming off the corner for Rapid. Keeps it going. This is looking good for Flight, but then Turbo gets a massive clear downfield to Justin. Justin's shot is almost good, but blocked by Memory. Still, NRG have turned this around quickly in the blue half. Rapid will attempt to carry it out.
Just even in this game, we're all tied up, but Memory has spent 70% of his time in the defensive half stuck in the back, just trying to figure out how to help Flight get on offense.
He's in front this time, and Turbo pitches it away again. Justin stays right on top of it, looking for Garrett. Garrett off the back wall and in, double tap, and RG have the lead.
Oh my Garrett G and double taps. That is all you think about. That lovely, Justin, you see Justin obliterate the defender as well. A lovely play. The setup from Justin, the finish from Garrett, and RG are playing world-class Rocket League today.
And Justin, even on the attempted touch, on the kickoff, hang on, Memory in front. Justin knocks that ball away. Close. Just not enough for Flight. Rapid. Still rolling around, waiting for Memory. Now playing a close Flight. They were tight on that rotation. They're starting to grab a little more of these boosts. Pushing it around to the corner, but that's about all Flight can do. This one closer to the box. Memory able to catch it in the third. Kicks it past one, but that's going to be Garrett's ball. Rapid and Seabass downfield. Do Flight have something here off the back wall? Garrett getting that next touch. Turbo trying to get this out, but it's going to be the ball for Seabass. Memory coming out of the net looking for a bump. Flight are trying everything right now against NRG, and the shot is blocked from Turbo. Nothing just yet, and maybe nothing for the rest of the series. Garrett, the touch on the corner, almost found the goal. Turbo will shoot, it's blocked. Garrett turns back around, plays it slow, carries it off the ground, nothing.
But Garrett had managed to steal both corner boosts, and now Flight, they are on low boost, trying to get the clear. Memory finally getting the back corner boost. We'll see if he can help Seabass in this situation.
Nothing in the corner for NRG. Justin, next man up, might have a chance here. Looks for the dunk, and he does it!
Justin posterized with this dunk. Justin gets one dunk there, gets another dunk here. Rapid hits the brakes, but there's no hope. NRG 16 seconds away from closing out this series with a sweep.
Just couldn't win more than 150 in that corner. Flight. And like you said, James,
they're not out of it
yet. You know what, James? Not like you said. It's not out. It's not over. 10 seconds. One goal, they could do it.
Justin needed some help there. Turbo coming to the play late. And Flight move within one. We'll have to see some heroics on kickoff.
Well,
win there from Justin.
In the corner. Taken away, Justin pops it up. Still in Flight's end, and it's gonna be in for Garrett. 2 goals to end it. I don't know, James.
How do you even score from this angle?
He's Garrett G. He scores when he wants.
This one, he has a defender he needs to shoot it around. Has to squeeze it between the defender and the post, and he manages to do it. A pixel perfect shot from Garrett, and that'll do it. NRG breeze to a win against Flight.
I really think that's what all of us were expecting last week against Sonics. And it was clear that NRG weren't comfortable, and it was the exact opposite against Flight. It was, I mean, they were a bully, a straight bully. Turbo muscled his way through on a goal. Justin dunked. And Garrett's banging shots off the post into the net. And then he had that double tap low off the back wall.
It seemed like NRG was in the driver's seat from the very beginning. Ever since that first play from Justin, NRG had a grip over this series. They were playing like we saw them play at the World Championship when they got their title. Flight, they were stuck back. We didn't really see Seabass become part of the offense. We didn't really see much of any offense from Flight just because of how smothering the NRG defense was, especially at the midfield. They were pressuring at every point, and Flight just couldn't break out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Flight didn't have any space to work with, and I think it's just that mastery of the pitch, like you said, smothered. Really, not much more you can write home about it, and I have to say, Justin's shot, the catch on the flip reset in the wave dash.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, he didn't use the flip reset.
And if he would have hit that double flip reset, that would have been a cherry on top.
That would have been goal of the season so far. But we got one more game coming up. G2 versus the Pittsburgh Knights. You definitely want to catch that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
I think I need therapy. When my feet gets the best of me, I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head.
Do what they could not do before!
I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love.
NRG had some important business to get to, so they decided to fly through Flight and just take a 3-0 sweep over top. And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, alongside Gibbs and Corelli. Now joining me on here, how many followers did you gain from Gibbs' beautiful speech?
The same amount of games it took NRG to take.
3. Hey, I want,
more than
25 cents for that.
Yeah.
All right.
He's your agent right now. Anyways, that just it was NRG playing against the newcomers, Flight. It's kind of what we expected there. Flight just didn't look like they had any fight in them, though. NRG had so much space on the field.
So this felt like an expansion season in this matchup where, Flight comes in the expansion season, NRG's the world champs, and it looked like NRG completely outclassed Flight here.
Yeah, I mean, NRG, they look so comfortable. There was never really a problem. Even when some of the games felt a little bit close, I was never worried for NRG. And Justin was playing great. His first goal was
He was just having fun.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It was just clean NRG gameplay. Flight definitely had struggles to breaking out from their own end, and NRG completely owned the airspace on the Flight side.
It was just so dominant. Even when it was a 0-0 game, it looked like it didn't matter for NRG. They knew they had it in the bag. Flight couldn't get out of their half. The only positive, Memory finally got on the board, but it didn't matter at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it almost just looked like a free play training zone for Justin during this one. So for Flight, though, how do you take this loss? You know energy is going to be hard. Is this something you take really to heart, or do you use this to stay motivated, knowing that?
Look, I think a lot of people are going to lose to NRG. I think
they're
top two team here.
It's hard,
in A. I think the stats kind of speak for themselves. Last week, Flight shot 16%. This week, they shoot 13%. And I think that's the biggest problem. If Flight want to make these series longer, they have to convert their chances.
So I think the biggest problem for us on the desk next week, Flight has to play twice, and we have to somehow talk about them.
Oh my God, Gibbs.
For 2 matches, because they didn't do anything in that series. NRG was just having fun with it. Flight's got to bounce back. It's not going to be an easy week 3, though.
It was rough, but again, hopefully Flight can take this to heart, look at it, and say, hey, what can we learn from this instead of getting down on it? Because NRG is a very hard match, right? But we're going to move on, Gibbs, now to our Player of the Day nominees. I'm curious to see what we have up there now. We've had some pretty good performances from a lot of players today.
Yeah, a lot of good performances across the board. I think some people would rather have First Killer than Crow, but we'll get to him in a little bit. I think both played really well, but Atomic, we got Shock. We have Justin, of course. A lot of these newer age kids coming in. Obviously, Justin now is an old veteran, but he hit more rapid resets than Rapid will hit in his entire career.
You're so rude to them right now.
It was rough. He was having fun there. He was just practicing double flip resets.
And, looking at the Player Day again for the second week, Shock up there, and the Sonics coming out with a big win here. Definitely shows that he is very comfortable here in RLCS, regardless if he wins Player of the Day or not. Good for them to have Shock come on and perform.
But we have to talk about Crow.
Yep.
His 300th goal, the Game 5 winner, the solo play for Crow. So that was fantastic to see. Put the team on his back when he needed him most in that Game 5. And again, 300 RLCS goals. That is top 8 right now.
Yeah.
So he's been here forever, and he continues to deliver.
There it is. Congratulations, Crow, again on the 300th goal. I don't think I've scored that many goals in my entire Rocket League career.
It's a big deal, too. I mean, Game 5, overtime against Cloud9. What a way to do it for your 300th goal. Yeah.
Well, let's move on to our final match now. We have our match of the day, and it's Pittsburgh Knights versus G2. This is going to be a juicy one. Pittsburgh Knights came in last season, guns blazing, setting a new standard for Rocket League play in North America and just across the world, but they've made a roster change now. We're curious to see if this is going to uphold, and G2 is on an upswing.
So Pittsburgh Knights, though, they've made a career by beating G2.
Yeah.
DreamHack, the grand finals, they take out G2 to put them on the map. Then last season, week 3, we're like, all right, Pittsburgh Knights, are you the real deal? Come out in week 3, 3-0 sweep G2, and then everyone's like, all right, you're top 2 once again. Pittsburgh Knights has the number of G2.
And Retals had the confidence behind it, too.
Yes, but again, the roster move. The roster move is the big conversation piece with AJ. Was that the right move?
And I think also during that time, Pittsburgh Knights were really coming off a huge upswing after their big wins at DreamHack, and then coming into RLCS, had a lot of momentum going, and they had a lot of confidence going into G2. I think that their game last week against Flight, especially now seeing Flight today, was not very good. They come out with a 3-2 win, but I was very concerned with how PK was going to play, or is going to play against G2. I feel like it's just playing a lot better on any given day at the moment. G2 feel like they're really doing well to stay connected throughout midfield onto offense, which is something that they struggled with last season. And I think for G2, they look very strong against a PK who doesn't look as strong.
I mean, that's a fair assessment to make. But again, you do look at Pittsburgh Knights and the comments they have behind them. They said it. They have the passion, and you gotta believe in the passion, right?
You have
inner
to.
classics.
You have to until you see the numbers, right?
That's
From
fair.
week one, where G2 absolutely dominated, while on the other side, Pittsburgh Knights didn't look all that great. It was a very questionable performance, but look at those goals for G2. That's what you want to see. That's what we saw a little bit last season when they played some of the lower opposition. The problem is they just have to keep doing it when they play the top teams. Is Pittsburgh Knights a top team? I think there's still a lot of questions out there. But last week, at least, for G2, they look like the better team than Pittsburgh Knights. But it's a brand new week, and obviously both teams are playing a much better opponent now.
And I think the big key, I said that on the pre-show, the big key to success for the Knights, I think, is the demo game and really getting in the way of G2 and getting out of their rotation and consistency.
Well, let's find out how that match goes by watching it. Get online and join us, too, in the conversation. We love to hear your thoughts at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But it is now time for our last and our match of the day.
G2 on the journey of a bounce-back season, and the Pittsburgh Knights trying to continue their building legacy here in the RLCS. One team has owned the other for the last couple of times they've matched up, and you heard it on the desk, it's the Knights beating G2 several times in the last few months, James.
They are, and they're a team that has in the past shown that they have it over G2, but the difference is that they don't have missed anymore. So this is the first time these rosters are really going to have a chance to go head-to-head in the RLCS in an incredibly competitive environment. G2 looked great, especially JNAPS, who in Retals' interview said that if JNAPS is playing like he was playing in the promotion tournament, or even playing like he was playing last week, then G2 could give them a run for their money.
I think last week is definitely more telling for G2. One of the things that we harped on them all last season about was over-aggression on offense, and then one poor decision puts you back on your own end, and typically the ball ends up in your net. But last week we saw a much more measured G2, wider rotations, more emphasis on possession and control rather than beating their opponents with speed, and I think it worked out really well for them. They look the best that we've seen them in a while.
They certainly have, but can they keep it up, especially against a Knights team that is projected to finish in the top 4 or near the top 4? G2 looking to bounce back, like we've been saying. And we also talked about another team, Cloud9, who was looking to bounce back. Things didn't really go so well for them. So for G2, this is an incredibly important series. They're taking on one of these new blood teams looking to turn their story around.
And for the Knights, we're looking at AJ, how he continues to fit into this rotation and how they deal with the loss of Mist. We saw Mist on Ghost earlier today, how critical he was to their success and their victory over eUnited.
Gyro has been taking a bit more of a defensive role. And we saw last week AJ and Retals connecting on quite a few plays.
Well,
Let's see
AJ,
if that dynamic continues.
he finds another tap against the backboard. Rizzo has the save. Rizzo as well last week, I thought, had a really excellent performance. Played really well passing, and he shot a couple of times as well. I know everyone, JNAPS absolutely played fantastic. But for G2, I think all three of them feel more comfortable in how they've been playing lately.
Turtle had Rizzo as his MVP in the too soon predictions.
I love that. I love that. It was the most bold out of all of the bold predictions. But I mean, honestly, if you really think G2 are going to have this bounce back, if they are going to get top 2, Rizzo's going to be a big part of that.
He certainly is, but you have to remember as well, week 1 they played against Rogue, who you could tell was struggling a bit. Rogue is also a team that's looking to bounce back. So G2 now, they're going to have to prove they can make it work against a team like Pittsburgh, and Gyro, just as I say it, puts in the first goal of the game.
Yeah, Chicago trying to find that read against the corner, and he just gets a poor touch.
And it looked like he also bumped JNAPS on accident way out of the way.
Yeah.
Gyro comes in and just cleans up.
The Knights take advantage. And for the Knights last week, You know, they didn't really get as involved in the demo game. Oh, hang on a second. Off the crossbar. What a touch.
An awkward defensive position that Gyro was in. A very good play for him to not only get the touch to prevent the shot, but put it in a spot where it couldn't get followed up on. Gyro having a fantastic series early on.
And I felt like last season for the Knights, they kind of lived and died by how well Gyro performed. And then at the World Championship, Gyro was playing really, really well. So Rizzo, almost finding the goal.
And Gyro didn't really have much boost at all to make that play.
Thank you for not touching that, Rizzo. Appreciate it. Right now it's G2 with possession. JNAP's in front, tried to get in Gyro's way, nothing there. Cut off by Retals, and he makes another challenge. It's looking good for the Knights. Gyro confirming the boost. He at least got a touch onto the ball. Retals first to this touch as well.
Good speed from Retals. He had to get there in time to prevent that shot. There was nobody left in net. Had he gotten to that ball a split second too slow, that would have been an easy goal for G2.
And some of these 50s are dangerous because they're in low boost situations for Knights. If they don't win that 50, you're talking about a goal scoring opportunity for G2. But they've won those 50s, so I'm picking up another save coming back. Retals off the top of his car.
But he has no boost left to make a play. Chicago going to keep this pressure on. Retals has made a couple plays now where he's had to hustle back in order to get a save or help his team out. Retals usually known for being upfield, getting the goals coming into this week, up there near the top of the charts.
Oh, it's G2 putting pot shots at the net. Cut off an angle here, but late to the ball was Rizzo. He's too far in front. JNAP's, that one's gonna get away from him, but it comes off the backboard for Chicago. Nothing off the back wall. G2 had a chance.
Chicago's gonna want that one back. That easily could have been G2's equalizing goal.
Still, the Knights hang on to this 1-goal lead, but G2 have had a lot of shots on net. 4 or 5 on that last sequence. JNAP's around the corner, looking for the pass. Oh, it's off the post. Bounces out. Rizzo only buys a little bit of time for G2. Chicago cuts off the angle. Here's JNAP's shot, blocked again by Retals. G2 hunting for this. Waiting in midfield, Rizzo.
The Knights defense has been hanging on by a thread, Jorby. Multiple chances for G2 to equalize, and the Knights squirm away with their lead preserved. I don't know how they're making it happen.
I mean, some of these balls are just hanging dangerously.
Oh, and here we go.
The box, and they're gonna score. AJ going down the pitch. The Knights, a 2-goal lead.
This hustle, you see JNAPs, he turned for it. Retals had no boost, but still gets to the ball first. And once he wins that challenge, it's open fields for AJ, who puts that one in. Knights, their defense holding strong despite the G2 pressure, and then they get that counterattack goal. It's something that you know they have the ability to do. Retals, so speedy.
And Gyro earlier as well. Think about that read he had off the crossbar when G2 looked like they were gonna score the first goal of the game.
Very important touch that he had made. Even last week defensively, Gyro had quite a few defensive touches in some key moments for his team to relieve pressure by time.
Like that on defense from the Knights, the pass over to Retals. Time expires, and the Knights take game one.
They take it 2-0, but this one very easily could have gone to overtime. G2 multiple scoring opportunities that they failed to put away. Even just looking at the shots. 11-5 in favor of G2. The Knights getting multiple saves. Retals coming back on defense, making some big plays. Gyro making some plays. AJ putting in that free goal. So Gyro feeling comfortable even after more defensive responsibilities are in his hands after the departure of Mist, but they're making it work.
And I think for G2, there was that one sequence for about 2 minutes where they were on the Knights' half of the field. The whole time, they were taking pot shots at the net, but the key difference is that the boost battle on each side, both teams sit at about 75% collected on their own on their own big pads. So G2, they're not winning the offensive boost battle. So despite the fact that they're taking a bunch of those shots, the Knights have the boost to deal with all of those shots.
They certainly do. They've been dealing with them, but also G2 had boost and had resources to use in terms of positioning, being upfield with some support.
Yeah.
They were in positions where they could get a shot on net, a quality shot, and they just didn't. Chicago, you think about the play where he had a far post shot that just dinked off the post. That was a very scoreable ball. So G2 just needs to clean that up a little bit. They had those chances. They just have to put them away like the Knights did.
Absolutely. And then, there were 2 saves that the Knights had to make a play on. The one from Gyro and then the one from Retals coming back to net, punching it off the top of his car. There's a lot to like in this series so far if you're G2, but the difference is just missing the goals. So G2, they start on offense. JNAP's trying to shovel that out over to a teammate. It does eventually work its way back to Chicago. But here, this is what you want to see from G2. They have midfield. Now how do they approach?
2 quality challenges from Retals. But still, Gyro, the boost spawned on him. He didn't get the greatest hit, however, and Chicago can't get the follow-up.
That's the 3rd one from Chicago that should have been in the net. That one will go in. 4th time's the charm for Chicago.
G2, they kept getting pressure even last game. And now that pass from Rizzo right to the nose of Chicago. Chicago won't miss that. G2 coming out swinging game 2.
Rizzo was a fiend last week on passing. Quick infield. This time, what you like to see from Rizzo. Retals, that shot is on target, but blocked by Chicago, racing towards it. Retals will collect that boost on his way out, but G2 will move down the field.
Still looking for AJ to make an impact. He was the roster move that we were looking at this season, wondering if keeping Miss might have been the better option.
Ooh, double commit by the Knights. He did pick up 1 goal, but other than that, he has been pretty quiet.
And the 1 goal was a result of Retals winning the challenge for him.
Basically a gimme. The double tap, too wide. Easily taken out. JNAP's low boost situation for him.
Chance for AJ to make his mark, got bumped out of that play. But we've seen AJ do some spectacular things in the air before as well. With flip resets, double taps, high-speed aerial plays. AJ has it in him. Last week, him and Retals linked up for quite a few goals.
He just hasn't really had the space against G2. They've done a good job closing the gap, not allowing the Knights to carry too much. A lot of the Knights' attempted possessions have been attempted quick passes. For the most part, handled well by G2 in game 3.
We see AJ linking up with Retals.
Game 2. But off the backboard.
Are you okay, Darby?
I'm great. I'm great, James.
Just check it.
Scarabs, gizmos.
Let's move past that
sets.
one, buddy. It's tough. It's tough talking for a living.
It's pretty easy. I like Chicago off the corner, but nothing here for G2. I mean, so far, no team really grabbing real advantage. Boost game still about even.
Even in the first game, it was an even game. It was the fact that G2 wasn't finishing that was the difference. Now we see G2, they struggled with it earlier as well. There was an opportunity for them to clean up. Chicago didn't connect. And it took that beautiful pass from Rizzo to set up that only goal that G2's had so far.
A little too much juice on that ball for AJ. JNAPs will move back quickly. Chicago shot! Oh, blocked by Retals in the perfect spot.
He gets another save as he was in the air from his previous save. Retals is all over the place.
Quick pass, Rizzo shot is good! G2 take advantage of the double commit.
Is this when we start the Rizzo MVP chant?
I'm telling you.
Look at this shot! 28 boost, perfect angle on that deflection.
He found
70 miles an hour. Yeah, that was a tipper if I've ever seen one in Rocket League. Just hitting that right with the nose of his car to get maximum power.
So Turtle is watching in the back.
I don't know what it is about the Turtle Corelli combo. It's just the big brain duo.
Something about those two. A lot of intelligence. AJ, ooh. Almost got it quickly. He's going to get back to this touch. He will at least steal that boost away.
Rizzo opting to keep this for himself. Gyro wasn't fooled.
And on the catch, Gyro, he's over Chicago, has Retals in traffic against JNAPS. AJ couldn't find that touch. He does take it away, but it's actually a pass to JNAPS and a third goal for G2. Little too much for the Knights.
JNAPS just swoops in here, and AJ completely whiffs on that challenge. Retals was trying to get it to Gyro, but JNAPS jumped in the way. In this game, AJ has been struggling to find a comfortable spot.
Yeah, he hasn't really... He tried to be quick in midfield off the ceiling earlier. Missed the flip off that. Opted to go for the boost, trying to continue the touch. And then that last touch, just feeling the need to score with time running out. You try to get aggressive, you try to just take the ball away, and you end up giving up possession. So, it definitely some growing pains for the Knights. They did take game 1, but game 2, this is what the scoreline would have been had Chicago hit those couple of shots.
It would have at least gone to overtime.
Yeah.
Certainly. But Knights, you can tell they've got the pieces. AJ, if he can polish up his play in the next games, the Knights could get right back into this and start to pull away. But G2, they're bringing the thunder.
Absolutely. Drops down. Do they pick one more up? What a shot, Rizzo. MVP chance. Get him in. He didn't score that one, but it was beautifully placed.
He got MVP in this game at least. Maybe that's what Turtle was talking about.
That counts at least for a little bit.
So G2 bounce back. Again, out shooting Knights. Retals, yeah, by significant margins. Retals, he continues to play well. Retals upfield on defense. He's all over the field, getting some key touches on the ball. That time, the touch over to Gyro was a little too soft, but he was in a tough situation after AJ was in the corner and failed to make that challenge.
I mean, the makeup of this Knights team has just really changed with AJ. With Mist, it was such a focus on physical play, bumps, and demos, and we're not seeing that at all. I don't think the Knights had a single demo this series.
That's a great point you bring up. Retals is usually, last season what we saw from him was being upfield demoing, and what we've seen this time is he's had to streak back to make defensive stops. We didn't really see much of that last season because he was free to be upfield. So AJ, the roster change came in, AJ swapped out for Mist. It has changed the team dynamic. And so will AJ start playing a more critical role in the offensive end like we saw last week? Or will he continue to what it seems to me like he is struggling to find a comfortable position in the rotations and on the team at the moment in that game? But it's still early in the series. It's tied up 1 apiece. This is a big series for both of these teams.
Absolutely, and I mean, give G2 credit. They've done a great job shutting down everything the Knights have tried. The Knights feel disjointed, but I think that's more a result of G2, well, losing this kickoff and then getting scored on. Gyro will pick up this goal. The Knights start on the right foot.
JNAPS had to get a better challenge than that. Retals wins it clearly, and Gyro comes in to smash it home. Knights, 6 seconds in, a hot start, and that is the start you want if you're a Pittsburgh fan.
Gyro was also a critical part of this team's success. Just hasn't found a lot to work with.
When he first got into the league, I had my questions about Gyro, but the more I see from Gyro, the more I like. He is just a player who's not afraid to go into the trenches, do the dirty work, but he's so clutch as well. Even from the Montreal title that they got at DreamHack, just such a big-time player in those moments. And that's something, no matter how mechanically good you are, some players just have it. You think of players like Turbo, who have those big-time moments where they can step up. Gyro is another one of those players to me that has that ability.
AJ and Retals trying to clear this out, and G2 have really just put the foot down on this series so far. The Knights did pick up that goal on the kickoff, but you see, if they don't win that kickoff, life is difficult, especially on defense. A couple of double commits from the Knights, really forced from this pressure from G2. Rizzo's been playing well. That's a good pass, and the shot's good for Chicago, who is really picking it back up in this series. Tie game.
I was just about to say, what's JNAP's been doing? Well, he's now feeding Chicago, who smacks that one right to the center of the net. A low shot down past the defender. Lovely pass from JNAP's. We got to see him score some beauties last week, especially the overtime winner. The double tap off the arc of the ceiling. Huge goal from JNAP's now, making it happen on the assist side.
Rizzo's challenge for Chicago, almost finding the angle as well. JNAP's will get a free look at this off the backboard. It'll be kicked away. Gyro dove in front. Rizzo kills the ball for Chicago. Back to JNAP's. JNAP's has Chicago in front. Chicago for the bump, but he didn't get him. Retals has the save for now. Gyro has some space. Knights trying to find a way out.
That is a nightmare situation for Retals. He sees Chicago coming in looking for a bump, and he's sitting on 0 boost and managed to make the stop. Kudos to Retals for keeping that ball out.
And then that next touch just makes things awkward for Gyro's sitting low on boost. Rizzo moves it across. Retals doesn't find a decent touch.
Had G2 known that Retals was out of boost, maybe just you go for the dribble, because once you jump with no boost, that's it.
Yeah.
You have no control. You can't get down to the ground faster. You're just floating there. Oh, and that touch. That could have been bad for G2.
Well, AJ stole that boost. It could be a chance for the Knights on that corner. Gyro keeping it close. He tried to get under Rizzo on the play. Retals keeps it going, uses the rest of what he has, but it's returned with a boomer. Good soft touch from Gyro. And a great return there from Chicago, but AJ still has possession, pass, and
JNAP's got a piece of it.
Yeah.
AJ was taking his time, being patient, looking to find a teammate, but that's the second time that JNAP's has jumped into the lane to prevent a quality shooting opportunity.
And we're in a tie game, and I mean, right now for the boost battle, it's also fairly even. That's a good steal from AJ. Retals is up off the backboard. It's got to be Gyro. He's coming late on this. Pass to Retals. Retals' pathing was not good enough for that pass anyway.
Also a heads-up play from Rizzo. He knew that there was a player over there who could receive the pass and broke up that lane as well. G2 getting in the way. Rebound chance. Rizzo off the crossbar.
JNAP's forced to wait. He actually finds the dunk. It's off the crossbar. Chicago covers the distance quickly. He's got 2 in the tank and gives Rizzo a chance at this ball. G2 still have it. And finally, AJ break out for the Knights. Chicago, only that touch for Gyro. But JNAP's is here looking for the angle, sets this up. Retals forced to tip this up. JNAP's was waiting, but now he's gonna take a shot. Gyro forced to make this touch. It's awkward for the Knights on
Everyone's
defense.
low.
In front of the box, the shot's blocked again from Rizzo.
Everyone was on 0 until Retals got that pad. Gyro finally getting the corner boost. A scary defensive moment for the Knights.
Oh, light pass. He's got Rizzo downfield, blocked. Knights doing a good enough job on defense, but how long can a good thing last for the Knights? About 30 seconds remaining. A dump down to Rizzo, blocked again. Still, AJ.
Oh,
trying to get out.
Unfortunate for JNAP's. He was mid-flip and hit it downfield.
Oh. But they still have the ball. Knights couldn't do anything. It's the chokehold from G2. As time is expiring in regulation, JNAP's backflipped, but Rizzo gets to the ball in time.
Gyro and AJ were both sitting in the net shoulder to shoulder.
Chicago, point man on, Rizzo downfield. Chicago still on top of this ball. The bump from Rizzo, it's saved. Woo! Gyro barely gets the Knights out, and somehow, some way, James, we're in overtime.
Jeeves was talking about it earlier in the day, how sometimes overtime is a godsend. It allows you to reset the game, no matter who's in charge of the boost, who's in charge of possession. As soon as that ball touches in overtime, it's a blank slate. It could not have come at a better time for the Knights.
Oh my gosh. That light touch, from JNAP's. Wait, the shot is good from Chicago! G2 win game number 3.
Chicago threading the needle. AJ was on the wall. You could see him floating there. Chicago, precision strike. Like a laser-guided missile hitting his target. G2 moving ahead in the series, now 1 game away from taking the win.
Game 1 is a distant memory for Chicago. Took a little bit to get warmed up, hit the post a couple of times, but now he's back to the scoring machine that we all know and love. 2 goals in that game alone off of 7 shots.
This is a different Knights team, Jorby. We're starting to see it. Last week, it was week 1. They were playing against Flight, who was one of the expansion teams, the team that we just saw NRG dominate, and that series went to Game 5. Now that we're seeing the Knights play against G2, who is playing a possession game, they're controlling the ball, and what we're finding is that the dynamic for the Knights is in question at the moment. AJ, I went and watched him on the player cam. There were quite a few times where he would try to rotate out. He would not be to the ball close enough, and he would just have to turn back and rotate. He wasn't really getting a lot of quality challenges on the ball, and that's something Mist does all the time. He was up first to the ball. He would get the stop, send it back downfield. AJ is not doing that for the Knights right now, and we even saw at one point AJ and Gyro were sitting in net shoulder to shoulder as the ball was bouncing out in their own half. The rotations are not on point for the Knights at the moment.
They're getting outshot 40-14. After 3 games, G2 have put 40 shots on net. This is what everyone called the greatest offense in the RLCS just a couple of seasons ago.
It's not over yet either, Jorby.
No.
The Knights, they're a team that deals with adversity. Even against Flight, they had to reverse sweep them. So there's one team that I would not count out, or if there's one team I wouldn't count out in this situation, it is the Knights. But they need some help, and they need AJ to step up to the plate here and help him hit a home run.
G2 with J-Naps. Nothing just yet. AJ picked up that save across. Retals clears that one away. A G2 ball. Ooh. A little too far for Chicago.
Good flick from AJ. And a pass.
Oh, there it is. Oh! You wanted him to step up. He actually picks up the goal, too.
He gets control here, flicks it past J-Naps, gets the pass to Retals, and keeps boosting in for the pinch. That is the type of offensive fireworks that you want to see out of AJ. What a show.
And the Knights picked up AJ for a reason. There was obviously something that they liked about the team dynamic that just hasn't fully clicked yet. Maybe it's that flash right there.
That could ignite him.
Minute in. Knights fighting for Game 5. Good cutoff here from Retals. He's got the first look at the ball. He wants a pass. Gyro was there as well. AJ got cut off by a G2 car. And J-Naps will take it. He's got one in the air to beat. A good catch from Gyro in the corner.
I love that play from Gyro. The small touch to roll it up the wall and get the boost. It's so easy to mess those hits up and have it bounce off the wall. Good car control from Gyro.
The Knights are stuck in their own corner right now. You see AJ just waiting for this next touch, maybe hoping for that boost to spawn with nothing in the tank. He does find that touch, but guess who was waiting? Rizzo, G2 score.
And Retals was also on 0 boost that whole time, Jorby. Retals wanted to get back in net. AJ couldn't clear it far enough to the corner. Retals used up all the boost he could, but was still not there in time. G2, they smell blood in the water right now. They want to finish off the Knights.
And it's looking really good for G2. Stands that one play from the Knights. We just haven't seen it. The boost battle right now owned by G2. Oh, that one banged off the crossbar. Chicago plays it slow. Double tap, triple tap, quadruple quintillion tap. Chicago scores.
Chicago puts the ball in his bag and just takes it to school. Look at this. Woo!
Well done, Chicago.
Not taking no for an answer.
Absolutely not. Chicago
hitting some big goals in this series. The overtime goal last game, he scored both goals for G2.
I mean, G2, again, it comes down to pitch control. Right now, in the first half of the game, for both midfield boosts, they've taken them about 60% of the time. They own the right corner of the Pittsburgh Knights boost canister, and they completely own the goal or the canisters on their own end. Retals stealing that boost. That's the first one.
Well, what's baffling to me is the fact that, you know, for G2 on the left side of their field, like you said, 100% domination of that back boost corner, and they've gotten Pittsburgh's back right boost more than Pittsburgh has gotten it. How does that happen?
It's utter domination on the pitch in Game 4 for G2. Good carry from Rizzo.
Quality bump from Gyro. Chicago was lining up for the shot. If Gyro doesn't get that bump, could have easily been 3-1.
Like that pass. Double commit from G2. Give Retals a chance at this. Off the corner, though, and Rizzo was ready for it. Still, you're starting to like this. Whoop. Slip back in, take that boost. Here's some space. Oh, AJ wanted to go for that, but the bounce was for Retals. Now AJ's up for it. Pass to Retals. No, it's not good. Double commit from G2, but they get out of harm's way and retain the lead. It started to get dangerous for G2 at the end there.
Rizzo had to step up and make that massive save. Now he's low on boost. Gyro stealing all the boost in front of him, but Rizzo does get a spawn coming right at the perfect time. And now a G2 counterattack is on. JNABs, he was waiting for it, but didn't connect on the shot.
There's so much space to do that. So much space to just dump that out the midfield. And even Rizzo had space downfield. Past him. No one's up to challenge these plays, and you have to be able to meet G2 with the punch. But we talked about it earlier. The difference has been the boost. You gotta have boost to be able to make those challenges. Retals wins this touch. It's gonna be awkward for Chicago. No, it's not. Pass blocked by Rizzo.
Rizzo, he saw AJ wanting to take the shot. Now another shot denied. JNABs couldn't get it past Retals. Rizzo, his defense has been something else, preventing the shot opportunities. G2 as a whole has just been reading the telegraphed passes from the Knights, and the Knights are gonna have to figure out something more creative to get past this G2 defense.
Time is running out for the Pittsburgh Knights. It looked shaky last week against Flight, and G2 have just driven the nail in onto Pittsburgh. JNAPS, a demo, the touch to the back wall. G2 in complete control. A spectacular performance from G2 in their Week 2 game against the Knights.
And that's it. That is it. G2 taking this series 3-1.
He gone.
And now there's a shift. We heard in the Retals interview that he said they've got G2's number. Well, the tables have turned. G2 getting that 3-1 win, and a lot of it thanks to Chicago, who hit some big shots in this game. Rizzo played quality defense. Rizzo also hitting some important goals. You talk about unsung heroes, Rizzo up there at the top of the list. He had another fantastic series.
And JNAPS as well with passes down the field, did a good job catching and delivering the ball where it needed to be. This was a full team effort from G2. They look nigh unbeatable in this series, and they only dropped one game, and even then they weren't in control of that game for the most of it. It was just some missed opportunities from Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago, you think back, even though he hit those big goals, he did miss some opportunities, but the important thing for G2 is that they were generating quality chances. They really were generating quality chances from the get-go. That first game, they just, you know, the reason they lost was just because of their shooting troubles, but that quickly got fixed. The Knights, however, it's an alarming series to watch if you're a Knights fan, because you saw they had such a distinct play style last season.
Yeah.
And it was a play style that worked for them. It helped them get a major title, and it helped get them to the World Championship. But that play style is not, it's just not how they play anymore.
Well, I think that's the interesting thing. We talked all last season about there being this meta shift with the new teams. And now the Knights have completely gone away from that. United haven't even been going for demos and bumps. They haven't been finding them. So have we shifted back a little bit? Either way, today's games have been fantastic. We'll go back to leaving the guys on the desk to wrap things up.
Fantastic was a good word. And G2, again, with that victory, you saw it here. They got that victory over Retals. Probably got to feel sweet to shut them up on the field, to say, put these words into action here, and they did that.
Now, one thing that I want to credit Pittsburgh Knights in, and sure, it looked like a dominating performance by G2, but at the end of the day, only a 3-goal difference. Pittsburgh Knights had quality defense. They had to play a lot of that defense, and I think that is a major issue going forward. G2 controlled the field, but at the end of the day, only 3 goals between these two teams, a very close series.
Yeah, and it's funny because I said for Pittsburgh Knights, they want to make G2 uncomfortable, but it was really G2 who was making the Pittsburgh Knights uncomfortable throughout this series. The casters were pointing out the boost difference between these two teams and the control on both sides, even the offensive and defensive side. I think that it was really another strong showing from G2, which is great coming off of the season they had last season.
And that's a major issue for boost because there's 2 players on Pittsburgh Knights now that need a lot of boost. That is Retals and that's AJ. Both use a ton of boost, so if they don't have it, it's going to be a major issue. Back when they had Mist and Gyro really didn't use all that much. It was all Retals using a ton. So now, not only do you lose the boost for it, but your team is actually more prone to having to use more boost to get that offense going. And we saw it a few times with AJ and Retals making good plays together. But the problem is that they're so close to one another that when that play doesn't work, then G2, they gain possession, they get all those shots once again, and then finally put it through the back of the net.
And it gets worrisome here for Pittsburgh Knights. They fall to G2, and then they have to go and play Ghost Gaming in week 3, and then Space Station Gaming the next. So it's not an easy road for Pittsburgh Knights. They don't get a break even after dropping to G2 here.
Well, you don't get a break because everyone's getting so good at Rocket League, in all honesty, right? But it's from the Pittsburgh Knights side of things, though, I still felt like they're with the new roster, they're still trying to get into that form, and they're still looking good. It's G2. G2 is looking phenomenal right now. As you said, only 3 goal difference, right?
Yeah, but look at that, 46 shots to 22. Like G2, sure, they controlled the field. I would have liked to see them run up the score maybe a little bit more, but it's still a quality win.
Yeah, and you also think back to game 1 where G2 had 0 goals and 11 shots. It was just not falling for them, whether it was the credit to PK on the defensive side or just some poor shooting for G2. There was a lot more goals that could have been scored, and that shooting percentage probably could have been a lot higher for G2.
So for G2, just kind of looking at the rest of the landscape right now, where are you kind of placing them? Do we see them above NRG right now? Or are they still kind of sitting in that top 3?
It's tough to say if anyone's better than NRG till they beat NRG.
Yeah, that's
they're
right.
reigning world champions, and they always do well here. For the most part in North America. So for me, it's tough to say if they're better until they play, but I do put G2 at least top 3 at this point.
Yes, and we talk about trying to be number 1, but the only thing that matters is top 2. And Space Station lost today, G2 wins again. You could start arguing that they're a top 2 team.
Well, talk about their victory on the line right now is Chicago from G2. How does it feel to beat Retals, man?
It's a long time coming, but it's not that great. Trust me.
You say it's not that great? Oh, it's not that special. It's just Retals, right?
It's just another game. Just another game.
Don't even give it second thought. Well, just let's talk about your journey. You guys obviously had a rough season last season, but now it looks like you're back into form. What were the changes? What did you guys work on? How did you get back to the spot and playing, your top game?
Honestly, you kind of saw it in that series. Game 1, we lost 2-0 because of counterattacks. They just counterattacked us really easily, and then the rest of the series we kind of changed it, made our rotations a little bit safer, and then because of that we just kept pressure, and eventually shots are going to go in. Even though I'm missing open nets, we still got the win. It was just that easy.
I love it, just that easy. I want to see you get your Twitter game on point as well too, because he's still going to have some words back at you. But for you guys, just looking, we were just talking about where you guys kind of fit right now. I've only seen 2 weeks and 2 matches for you guys. Where do you think you fit in the landscape now? Do you think you guys are above NRG? Where are you kind of putting yourselves, and how's the confidence?
I would definitely put us top 3 with SSG and NRG.
Okay.
Just because NRG, you can't really say anything until you beat them. And then SSG, they did lose today, but they're still a top 2 team, top 3 at least. So I'd say right now we're the top 3, and then probably Ghost and PK have their own little 4th, 5th, and then everyone else is just kind of up there, mixed around. But yeah, that's where I put us.
And just to make a bold prediction too, you throwing Rizzo as MVP for the season?
I'm down, any of us. But yeah, Rizzo's always underestimated. He's always the clutch one. Whenever he's feeling good, we're all feeling good. Anytime we play well, it's usually because of him. And yeah, he's just playing well, and everyone's excited about it.
It's good to have that glue. You guys are all playing well, so keep up the hard work, keep up the grind. It's a pleasure watching you, and thanks for chatting, Chicago.
Thank you. Peace.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. It is fun to watch him right now, and you heard it there. If Rizzo's on point, absolutely, the team looks on point too. To have that positive attitude, we've seen it with NRG too. Having Turbo come in, and those comms are lighthearted, and with Rizzo, it's going to be the same situation.
Yeah, and we saw it last week where Rizzo didn't have to do a lot, but he did a lot this series. It was more of a rotational G2 that we want to see, where they don't make those mistakes on the defensive side. Clean rotations, keep possession on the opposite side, have all 3 players shooting well.
Yeah, and I think for G2, this is a great start to the season.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where they didn't have a great Season 8, and you kind of wonder, are they going to come out flat in Season 9 and maybe ramp up? Because we knew that this team was going to bounce back to some degree.
Yeah.
But I think so far, so good for G2, and I think it trends well for them over the season.
And not only that, it's only week 2. They've already matched their win total from last season. So that's a positive thing for G2.
That is a positive thing. And looking forward with the play style they have, how they fix things up. Do we feel confidence that this should be a domination? Do you agree that, they're in their own category and the other guys are just having their little feuds right now? Or do you think some of those other teams like Pittsburgh Knights could come back and take out these top teams?
So I think Pittsburgh Knights is one of those teams that if they make playoffs, everyone's going to worry about them because I think they're going to figure it out throughout the season. It's all about those top 2 spots. So you want a top 2 to auto-qualify for the World Championship. You don't want to take any of those risks. We saw it last season with Ghost. You don't want to take any risks when it comes to playoffs.
Yeah, and I said it, and then Chicago said it. It's really tough to say that you're better than NRG until you beat them.
Yeah.
So I absolutely agree. And G2 doesn't play them for a while. They play them at the end of the season. So we really won't know. If G2 continues this trend, we really won't know until they actually play. So that will be exciting. But I think I agree. Ghost and PK, and even with Space Station sliding a little bit today, still right on the bubble, I guess, from the top 3 to break in and take down someone like NRG.
Well, let's talk about the matches that happened today. We just look back. He mentioned Space Station being one of those teams near the top there, but our first match today, they faltered against Sonics, and Sonics came on strong, taking that W 3-1.
And that is why that every single match matters so much. That is why the match with Energy Flight is so great for Energy, because any of these teams can take a series off one another. We saw it. Sonics ranked number 10 by all the pros last week. Space Station number 2. But they get that win. And now we look at our leaderboard. Sonics number 4 right now, and that is with playing Energy and Space Station. They have a positive game differential right now, so they're looking great.
Yeah, going to Game 5 against NRG helps you out a lot. And yeah, Space Station, United as well is a team where I feel like they didn't perform very well today. Not to discredit anything from Ghost, but I felt like United just wasn't up to snuff here today. But it's another team that I think could make a late run. And then, of course, we have to talk about Cloud9 and slowly falling down the ranks here. Now, 2 weeks into it and still winless.
Yeah, that confidence is getting, as a Cloud9 fan myself too, the confidence is getting hard to stand behind that team, right? But we do have confidence in our pick for our player of the day, because this man was popping off last week and he continued that consistency this week. Shock has to take this title today.
And we're talking about MVPs. Right now through 2 weeks, it is absolutely Shock. He's played out of his mind in both series, and again here, taking down Space Station game in a huge upset. And now we talk about Sonics, they're on the map. They have a shot at a top 4 finish, Growth.
Took the rookie 2 weeks to get player of the day, 2 series, and well-deserved. I mean, if they had beaten NRG, he might have gotten it in week 1. Now 2 very consistent looks of Shock, very strong from him on the Sonics, and the Sonics have looked pretty good so far, so well-deserved.
And the major difference, like, he looked great both weeks, week 1 and week 2. It was Sathu and Dapper really filling out that team this week, but Shock, he is still delivering.
I think that's the important thing you said, too, is this team, as they find their footing as a team, when Sathu steps up as well, all 3 of them can pop off, and it lets Shock shine. And just, honestly, he's looking like one of the most scary players in the RLCS right now, just given as on an individual basis. We used to look to Cloud9 to be those scary guys, squishy, gimmick, but now it's Shock on a newcomer team.
And that's 2 weeks in. That's 2 best of 5s. We still have to see more of him, but it is a great first showing for him.
Yeah, and I think you could also say that for other teams too, like Cloud9, where it's like, okay, we're 2 weeks in, maybe you can start to bounce back. But again, it's a longer season, so you get a little bit more time to adjust. But for the Sonics, looking good so far, in my opinion.
Well, any final thoughts just on the day before we look at the schedule? Any surprises, anything out there? Obviously, Sonics.
Yeah, it's just any given day. Every single match, we said it earlier, with Energy over Flight, it's a dominant win for Energy, but it's still very important that you take all of these series because you never know when one of these teams will get hot. So every win will matter, and every single game for game differential, we're bound to have tiebreakers later in the season. So every single week, these teams have to deliver.
I mean, I wasn't surprised by Sonics.
Of course.
Galaxy brain
Big brain over here.
You can speak for yourself. I knew I had full faith in the boys in Sonics. But no, I think that today worked out just about what I thought it was going to. I think the biggest thing for me is G2 looking better and better as they go on. Definitely being a contender to take down NRG. Because I think that's the question. Who's going to beat NRG this season after being world champions? And G2 right now looks like my biggest contender.
Well, let's take a look at next week's schedule. I'm going to keep you guys here with me just to talk about this right now. A bit of changes here. We're moving to 6 matches on the day, as well as we have matches being moved to March 9th. We're going to have a double header. It's going to be awesome because we also have the double painted fan rewards on that day. So you want to make sure you guys have that stream on. But North America next week, moving to 6, we're getting a lot more Rocket League.
Yeah, so we basically bumped up a week. It was supposed to be 5 games next week, but we moved that to the Monday. So now we're moving on to the following week's schedule, and we'll just continue from here. We have 6 games, but that doubleheader as well. It's called a doubleheader because we're going to have North America plus Europe all playing on that day, 10 matches on that Monday.
And double painted items? You can't.
Yeah, Pirelli's excited. Awards. Anyways, I'm going to leave you guys to walk over to the big screen because it looks really nice and shiny. We're going to talk about the shiny EU schedule for tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in at 8:30 Pacific time for the pre-show, and of course at 9 o'clock for the kickoff. I'm looking forward to that last match. They're all going to be great, but that Mev Sports versus Team Reciprocity, that is going to be our match of the day. But anyways, it's time to get some rest so we get some more Rocket League tomorrow, and we'll see you for Europe.
Here comes Dapper with the shot, and he puts it in to tie the game. 30-40. Oh my, he's going to get a second one. You're kidding. Hey, he's got 100 more. He's got 100 more.
Well, we have to get to yours right now.
All right.
You got Rizzo as MVP.
This is bold predictions.
As it comes off the back wall. And
threw it into the left corner, and with 4 seconds, Cloud9 take the lead.
Bro, can he do it himself?
He can for Rogue past the last defender. 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Game 5 win for Rogue.
Looking for Garrett. Garrett on the back wall and in double tap. NRG have the lead. Follow up, then it's blocked by Memory Turbo. Muscles his way through. Flex your gun. Goal for NRG.
And here we go.
The box, and they're going to score. AJ going down the pitch. The Knights, a 2-goal lead. That light touch, from J-Nap. Wait, the shot is good from Chicago. G2 win game number 3. Crossbar, Chicago plays it slow. Double tap, triple tap, quadruple, quintillion tap. Chicago scores.
I think I need to confess. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.